Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If you are a registered lobbyist and you are joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. All right, reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet on items 1A, B, C, and D listed on the closed session agenda. However, there's no reportable actions out of those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. Does anyone have a continuance, exception, or reconsideration on the council or a member of the public?
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I'd like to move up items 7 and 8 after consent calendar.
7 and 8 after consent calendar. Okay. Can we do that after public presentations?
Okay, that's fine.
Because I think we have a lot of people here that would like to make.
Sorry, that's what I meant. My apologies.
Yes, we can do that. Yes. Okay. Is there any other requests? All right, then moving on to our special order of business. So for our special order of business this evening, the council recognized the 70th anniversary of Nossa Senhora de Fatima, a nonprofit organization here in Santa Clara. With over 200 members, Nossa Senhora de Fatima is a cornerstone of our city's Portuguese community. Each year they organize a festival or festa to celebrate Portuguese traditions. Community members can come together to celebrate Portuguese heritage and culture. Year-round, Nossa Senhora de Fatima gives back to the community through volunteer work and donations. And so I hope she's here, Erica Tosti. I see her there, okay. President of Nossa Senhora de Fatima, I'd like to invite you to the podium to speak and welcome. I should have recognized the shirts because I have one myself, but I didn't wear it tonight.
That's okay. Good
Welcome.
evening, Mayor and City Council. Great job saying that in Portuguese, by the way. My name is Erica Tosti. I am the president of Nossa Senhora de Fátima Santa Clara. In English, it is Our Lady of Fátima Santa Clara. I just want to tell everyone just a little bit about myself. The first generation of my family, born, raised, and I've lived in Santa Clara all of my life. I take much pride and glory in being part of our Portuguese community here in Santa Clara and being the president of this organization. I grew up at the SES Portuguese Hall in Santa Clara. I was a queen for the first time at 6 years old and continued to march in parades throughout my childhood, teenage years, and now my adult life. You may have also seen me playing the clarinet in the Santa Clara Portuguese Marching Band, because I do that too. My dad, who's actually here today, he's been the president of all the organizations in Santa Clara, so I guess you can say I'm following in my parents' footsteps. And a little bit about our organization. Our Lady of Fatima Santa Clara is a very prestigious organization. It was founded in Santa Clara on October 7th in 1953. And our organization represents the miracle of Fatima, which took place on May 13th in 1917 in the village of Fatima, Portugal. And I had the honor of visiting there back in 2018. As the mayor mentioned, our organization has over 200 members, over 100 life members. And here with me today is our board of directors, and majority of them are also all Santa Clara natives and grew up at the Portuguese Hall and being a part of the Portuguese community. And we all are here today with great honor celebrating 70 years of this wonderful organization. We celebrated on October 7th and 8th at the SES Hall. You may have seen us parading down Lafayette Street. It's held annually, always on the second Sunday of October, and we have not skipped a beat, only the year of the pandemic. But even during then, we were able to safely serve our sopas, because what Portuguese person can go without their sopas? Our traditional celebration, it's very religious, and it's a festival where we bring our members and community friends together to celebrate our Portuguese heritage and culture as they do back home in the Azores and Portugal. So if you've had the pleasure of attending one of our festas, you know that we celebrate with great food, sopas, linguiça, bifana sandwiches, and of course, great wine, which is important to our culture, and the Portuguese music to keep us on our toes. Our organization takes much pride in bringing our Portuguese community together. We participate in local Portuguese community events. Many of them are held at the SES Hall and parades throughout California. But it is because of our community and our members that volunteer and donate to our organization that we can continue our celebrations and give back to our wonderful city and community, and we hope to do this for many, many years ahead. Thank you.
Talent, but thank you for all that your organization does for our community. I really appreciate it. I attended many events, and I know council members here have attended many events at the SES Hall. Why don't you invite your board members forward here? Would you like to introduce them? There's not many.
Sure,
Okay,
yeah.
and then we'd like to take a picture with them with the entire council.
Okay. Jerry Silvera, who's one of our board members. Paula Flores, who is our secretary. Jessica Matos, who is also one of our board members. My mother, Dolores Tosti, who's our vice president. And my father, Manuel Tosti, who is one of our past presidents and trustees.
Thank you. Okay, that's the only special order of business we have this evening, so we're going to move on to the, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chahal. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for getting recognized over here today. And, we have a great Portuguese community within Santa Clara. And I had the honor and pleasure to visit Portugal very recently. I was there for almost a week, from 10th November to 18th November, and it was such a memorable visit for me. And I know Lady Fatima and the different churches over there. It is a big recognition. And I did visit our sister city, Coimbra, and they have a township right next to that, Santa Clara also, basically, right next to that. I also visited Porto and Lisboa. So it was really a wonderful time, and thank you for what you are doing over here. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Park?
I mean, I hear what Councilmember Chahal says, and I don't think people realize that he's done a lot more than that. I mean, we've got several people on here that have been representing sister cities, and I think that what they've done, try to keep the relationship together, trying to get the student exchanges, all of these different things, I think that I want to commend Councilmember Chahal, Councilmember Watanabe for the work that they've done. And I'd also like to say that, please, get more involved. Like, we need the organizations to get involved with the sister cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else, I'd like to move on then to consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for later discussion. Does anyone have an item to pull?
No, Mayor, but I'll make a motion.
I'm going to pull item 3Q, and that item is note and file the list of designated city employees who are subject to post-employment restrictions pursuant to City Code Chapter 2.145. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item? All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Becker for the balance of the consent calendar, and a second by Councilmember Chahal. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, moving right along, that's 3/4 of our agenda. All right. Next, we have public presentations. So public presentations are limited to those items that are not on the agenda. We have quite a fair number of people that would like to speak this evening, so we are going to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak, and we're going to limit the comments to 1 minute. And a reminder that the council cannot take action on any public presentations. I know that there's a lot of people, well, for various issues this evening, but we can listen. We can maybe ask questions of our staff after, but we're not allowed to take any action. But I appreciate everyone, and if you'll have patience with me as well as I try to get everyone up here and get their time, we take a priority for those people that are here in the chambers. So we'll have everyone who's filled out a card here this evening to go first, and then we go online after that. We're going to probably take public presentations for at least an hour and a half, then go back to our council meeting, and then come back to public presentations at the end of our council meeting, because again, we want to make sure we can hear from everyone possible. So, City Clerk, I see you have a list ready to go. So when I'm going to call 2 names at a time, so maybe one can speak and one can queue up. If that works, we'll see if it works. Samia Islam first, followed by Razian Brewish. Welcome.
I am here today responding to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' call that the international community has a responsibility to use all its influence to prevent further escalation and end this crisis. Among the death toll of over 18,000, the UN Security Council has acknowledged that 2/3 of them have been women and children, making this the deadliest war for children in modern times. As the world presents us with yet another opportunity to make a stand, I urge you to do so on the right side of history. By putting the ceasefire resolution on December 19th's agenda. The collective punishment on the Gaza Strip has left journalists, healthcare workers, educators, scientists murdered by Netanyahu's far-right extremist government. Because we must send an unequivocal message that we, the city of Santa Clara, in the proud state of California, stand against genocide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the audience's indulgence. If you please just not clap or show any not emotion. I didn't mean that. I want everyone to be able to feel comfortable coming up to speak, and they may be a little intimidated if they don't feel they are on the right side of whatever the majority is feeling right now. So just so everyone feels safe and comfortable, could you just please withhold that? Thank you so much. I appreciate your assistance on that. So Razian, followed by Jessica Salons. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Roseanne Braywish, and I'm calling on you to support adding a critical ceasefire resolution to the agenda of the next council meeting on December 19th. I stand before you here today as a resident of Santa Clara. I, like many of my Palestinian brothers and sisters, am the granddaughter of Palestinians who were forcibly removed from their homes in 1948. The past couple of months in particular have been deeply troubling for Palestinians, for Muslims and for many other human beings across the globe. As a resident of Santa Clara, I am home to such a diverse population. I am worried. We have witnessed through our phone screens the harrowing scenes of children's limbs collected in bags by their grieving parents. We have heard the screeches of Palestinian mothers searching for their children in the rubble. And we have watched grandparents bid farewell to the, and I quote, souls of their soul. It is with firm faith and an aching heart that I urge the Santa Clara City Council to stand alongside the children of Gaza and to call for a ceasefire immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marianne Sahid, followed by Jessica Salons. Marianne? Did I call someone else up?
Madam Mayor, could you give me just a second here, because the times are already entered default by the 3-minute of
I
public
see.
presentation, so I'm
Okay.
having
All right, thank you.
just a moment.
Did I skip a name?
Marianne?
Sorry, we'll get this. Bear with us, please.
Yeah, it should be Marianne and then Jessica. So just give me a
Marianne
second here.
Sad, and then Jessica Salons. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Mariam Shahid. I'm here today to talk to you about the ongoing crisis in Palestine. As you probably know, over 18,000 Palestinians have been killed, with about 10,000 of them being children. Knowing that every 10 minutes a child just like me loses his or her life, it makes it obvious that it is our duty to do everything we can to call for an immediate ceasefire. I request that those responsible for my city, Santa Clara, do the right thing and stand with me to demand an immediate ceasefire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Jessica, please come forward, followed by Howard Solove. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm an American Jew. Apartheid demands we take sides. Occupation demands we take sides. Ethnic cleansing demands we take sides. Genocide demands we take sides. Over 18,000, probably more like 20,000 Palestinians have been murdered by the settler, colonial, ethno, and theocratic state of Israel, funded and backed by the largest imperialist empire in the world, the United States. 20,000 Palestinians have been murdered with our tax dollars. When we as Jews say not in our name and never again, we mean it for every soul on this planet. Please demonstrate your courage by putting a ceasefire resolution on the agenda for council next week. A ceasefire is our only path forward. A ceasefire is the very basic act of humanity required of all people with a compassionate conscience at this dire moment. Free Palestine, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard, please come forward, followed by Belinda Wilder. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. My name is Howard Sullivan. First, I want to thank those who came in peace here tonight, which I think we all did. If you do put such an amendment, such a resolution and pass it, I think that resolution has to state that the Hamas charter calls for the destruction of Israel, that the ceasefire that you want to put in place resulted from the breaking of that ceasefire by Hamas on October 2nd, killing 1,200 Israelis, firing 300 rockets, and taking 140 hostages who still have not made it home. There is no support, or there's a great lack of support for Hamas in Gaza. They have put weapons, tunnels in schools, mosques, and hospitals in violation of international law. Hamas has taken Gaza hostage. Free Gaza from Hamas terrorism.
Thank you. Belinda Wilder, followed by Mia Shani. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a little nervous here. I am a Jew here, new American. I just became American here, and I just want to second what Howard said, because I feel that Gaza is a hostage of Hamas right now, and Hamas is responsible for the wealth and of how well they're doing and how not they're doing. They're responsible for taking care of them, and Hamas is the one who came and tortured and kidnapped and raped Jewish people and other people in Israel, and I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mia, followed by Amara S. Welcome.
Thank you for accepting my comments. My name is Mia Shani, and I must vehemently reject the Hamas supporters' demand to ceasefire resolutions as suggested, immediately and unequivocally. This is not the city's council responsibility to make policy on international affairs. But if you want to actually state the council's opinion, please release a balanced statement. Remember, on October 6th, there was a ceasefire. Remember, Hamas, unprovoked, stormed the border, murdered whole families, mutilated bodies, brutally gang-raped women. I'm sorry, children. Remember that Hamas kidnapped more than 230 people of all ages, from an 8-month-old baby to 70-plus years old elderly, and still holds more than 180 hostages in tunnels. Remember, Hamas does not let Red Cross representatives come and visit those hostages. If you want to make a demand for a resolution, request that Hamas return all the kidnapped citizens. Stop firing missiles.
Thank you. Thank you. Omara, followed by Sumaya. Omar S. It ended up Omar, sorry. Thought I said it right the first time. Apologize.
No worries.
Welcome.
Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members,
You
my
can
name is
pull that
Omar.
up. Let's start it again.
Thank you.
Yeah, pull it up.
Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Omar, and I'm calling on you to support adding this critical ceasefire resolution to the agenda of the next council meeting on December 19th. I was born in Santa Clara, born and raised in the Bay Area, lived here my entire life. I'm Palestinian with family in Gaza right now. Over the past 2 months, over 60 of my relatives have been murdered, all civilians. It pains me to speak of them as numbers. They're humans that had great potential, which was inhumanely robbed from them. I'm tired of trying to convince people that murdering more than 18,000 innocent people is a tragedy that must be stopped. However, how we all feel is nothing compared to the living hell that the people of Gaza have been experiencing for the last 2 months. As we sit here in warmth and safety, my relatives and thousands of others are sleeping in tents, partially destroyed buildings, or in the open. My cousin sent a picture of the makeshift tent him and his family are sleeping in, multiple people sleeping in a tarp pinned against a wall that can't keep out the rain. About 1.9 million people are internally displaced in Gaza. The entire population doesn't have access to basic necessities. I'm urging you to add a ceasefire to the next resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, and condolences to your family. Sumaya, followed by Eric P. Welcome.
Hello. Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Sumaya. I am a resident of Santa Clara, and I have lived here since I was a child. I am currently serving as a marriage and family therapist in this city, and I am here to ask you all, you who represent me, supposedly, to place a ceasefire resolution in the next agenda. I hear people say that this is an international matter and that there is no place for it to be here. I completely disagree. This is not an international matter. Your own citizens, your own residents are in pain. They are in severe pain because their relatives are being slaughtered by the minute. Children are dying. We need to do something, and a ceasefire is the least you can do. This is your responsibility. You have power, and you need to use it for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric P., followed by Donna. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'll try to make it easy. We are not in the Middle Ages anymore. Santa Clara is not a city-state and thus does not have a foreign policy. The Council should not vote on or pass a resolution regarding the Middle East conflict. The city should focus on what needs to be done for the benefits of its own residents and to maintain the peace and cohesion of the community, the entire community. If you somehow feel that passing a resolution is required to maintain peace, as worrisome as that by itself might be, then it must address all sides of the conflict as represented in the community here and not call for any one-sided action. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, followed by Mayrav G. Welcome, Donna.
Welcome. Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Donna. I live and work in San Jose. I'm a mother of 2 daughters. I'm here today because I'm urging the Santa Clara City Council to agendize a ceasefire resolution. Will the call to end U.S. aid to Israel please vote yes? I have visited the occupied territories and seen the inhumane conditions which Palestinians live, even before the Gaza conflict. The conditions were horrific and disturbing. How do we sleep at night? We cannot allow the killing and ethnic cleansing to continue. I'm told we don't have the funds to tackle the homeless issue here in our county. How can we have the funds to send weapons to Israel to support a genocide that is killing Palestinians? I want my taxpayer money to go towards homelessness, health and education. I'm asking as a human being and parent to stand on the side of justice and peace. Please demand a ceasefire. This is not a war, this is a genocide, and we have the opportunity to say...
Thank you very much. Mayrav G., please come forward, followed by Mike Sanford. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mayrav. Please notice what the pro-Palestinian crowd is trying to do. They are trying consistently to block the councils in all Bay Area towns from doing their jobs of dealing with municipal issues such as homelessness, hunger, and commute. They divert your attention to an international conflict that should be handled at the federal and state department level. The Middle East topic requires deep historical knowledge in order to make an informed and unbiased resolution. The request resolution here doesn't help solve anything. It only divides our community and encourages hate, conflict, fear, and suspicion. We all want to raise our children in a peaceful and harmonious environment. Please don't forget that Hamas started the war on October 7 and conducted war crimes against innocent civilians and babies in Israel. Please keep your long-term policy of not dealing with foreign affairs issues and focus on your role to help heal and bring people together.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Mike Sanford, followed by Donna Wallach. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mike Sanford. I'm a husband, father of 4. I moved here about 5.5 years ago as a software engineer here at Apple. I have traveled over to Palestine. I spent time in Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. I was shocked at the level of treatment and inequality that I saw over there. It was extraordinarily disturbing. One of the things that I want you to know is that this is just not another war. This is not a question of Israel having a right to defend itself. The level of civilian death and civilian infrastructure is on another level. The International Federation of Journalists said this war has been the most deadly for journalists in a single conflict since 1990. The United Nations has said the capacity of the health system has been reduced to 1/3, and Gaza's health system is on its knees and collapsing. I can only conclude that this is to a military campaign to end a full civilization. Please put the ceasefire resolution on the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna, followed by Rachel Batish. Welcome.
My name is Donna Wallach. I am Jewish and have Israeli citizenship. I lived in Gaza for 4 months in 2008. The genocidal assaults in Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem must end now. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians have been murdered using our hard-earned tax dollars and using weapons made in the United States. These current bombings are the ongoing catastrophe that started in 1947. It has nothing to do with Hamas. Before 1987, Hamas did not exist. Hamas means Islamic Resistance Movement. The U.S. government must stop aiding and abetting the war crimes, crimes against peace, and crimes against humanity that Israel commits on a daily basis. According to international law, Palestinians have the right to defend themselves from their occupiers, from invading settlers and soldiers. Please put on your agenda for Tuesday, the 19th of December, a resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire.
Thank you. Rachel, followed by Marie Lefkovich. Welcome.
Dear member of the council, my name is Rachel Badish. I'm a resident of San Jose. I'm a descent of an Arab family that was deported from Egypt and Libya. I stand here today to ask you to refrain from addressing and/or making statements on foreign affairs and more specifically on the Israel-Hamas war. Since October 7th massacre in south of Israel, there has been an increase of almost 400% in anti-Semitic incidents across the U.S., including California. While the situation in Israel and Gaza is alarming, we must also acknowledge that any statement coming from this forum today, whether calling for ceasefire or the release of women and children hostages, will have no impact on what is happening almost 8,000 miles away from here. However, it will most definitely have a damaging and concerning impact on our local community. I do not cancel the horrific events that are happening right now in Israel and in Gaza, but there are other forum, organizations, and official institutions where such statements would be more suitable, appropriate, and impactful.
Thank you. Thank you. Marie Lefkovich, followed by Samina Usman. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Marie Levkovich, a high schooler in 10th grade, and I'm here to share my point of view on the topic of a ceasefire with you today. I am very anti-war and against violence, and it is extremely painful for me to keep seeing people getting hurt. But a ceasefire will not solve the situation we are in right now. A ceasefire allows Hamas, a terrorist organization, to stay in power in Gaza. It also allows Hamas, a terrorist organization, to rearm and perpetrate another October 7th against Israel, as they said that they would. It also allows Hamas, a terrorist organization, to continue neglecting their people and using them as human shields. And lastly, it lets Hamas, a terrorist organization, to keep Israeli civilians as hostages. We will not back down until Hamas surrenders and we can peacefully work towards a two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Samina, followed by Leslie Shishman.
Before we start the time, somebody had ceded their time to me. You didn't
No,
see
we're
it
not doing that.
We're not doing that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, we had just too many speakers. We want to make sure everybody has a chance.
Okay, no problem.
Thank
so
you.
Again, I'm Samina Usman. I am very much concerned with the situation of what's happening in Gaza. As you've heard from many residents who came and spoke today, that we are seeing a humanitarian catastrophe that's happening. with over 20,000 people who have been murdered, half of them being children, and also the slow deaths of so many who are being slowly killed because of the healthcare system collapsed, because of not having access to proper medical needs or food or shelter or water. And so what I'm saying is that here we have the largest mosque located right here in Santa Clara, and you have overwhelmingly everyone is saying that we're not asking you to solve the situation in the Middle East, we're asking you to make a stand and say that this violence has to end. And I truly hope and pray that you will have the courage to do so. Thank you.
Pronounce your last name.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm here today as my husband asked, do we really want to put a target on our backs? The last time I attended a city council meeting was in 2020, equating all Jews with the choices of the Israelis. But to demand a city council take a one-sided stance on it, but that is not the job of Santa Clara City Council, which should instead focus on
respectful mayor, hire the organizations that are heavily sponsored by foreign. We want to live together. We're American first, and only after that we hear things. For the last 18 years, Hamas ruled Gaza, and they discriminated against the LGBT community. They discriminated against Christians. They discriminated to take over and make normal life for Palestinians, and we're all sorry for the life loss, definitely on both sides.
Welcome.
Mayor, City Council. I stand before you as a father of 3 children who attend Santa Clara Public Schools. I'm a U.S. citizen. City councils to pass resolutions addressing an international conflict. I counsel choosing a stance in the intricate conflict deepen will resist external pressure and focus on healing its community. I want Santa Clara to be a safe place for all. I want our schools to be. I ask the City Council to focus on healing us, dividing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I'm a resident of Santa Clara. I've been living here with my family for nearly a decade. Incidents occurring even within our schools, our malls, and our city streets, even held, only contributes to the hate and deterioration of safety for our residents. I suggest and hope that the Santa Clara City Hall, that Santa Clara oversees. Again, I urge and plea to reject.
Eleanor, welcome.
Hello. It didn't happen on October 7th. It started in 1948. For 80 years, Palestinian has been suffering several, and West Bank is the settler colonial establishment where settlers have all the firearms. 45% was given to the Palestinians. Before that, Palestinian Muslims, Christians, and Jews were living peacefully there. But Israel wanted occupation, and Gaza is the open-air prison. We want you to help us in the ceasefire.
Thank you, Malika. Don't forget your sign. You want to take your sign. Don't forget that. Oh. Sorry, wait 1 second. Eleanor, followed by Michael Lapid. Welcome.
My name is Eleanor, and I'm a member of Santa Clara community. I urge caution in our decision-making regarding the conflict in the Middle East. Involvement in the conflict may not be in our community's best interest. Calling for a ceasefire might fuel existing tension within our communities. Last week, my son's friend was attacked in our school by another boy who shouted at him, "Heil Hitler," and all the Jews go to the gas chambers. According to the FBI, since October 7, anti-Semitism rose by almost 400%. The rise of anti-Semitism is a serious concern, and any action to take must avoid worsening these sentiments. Our responsibility lies in ensuring the safety and well-being of our communities, including the Jewish and Muslim communities. Let's channel our effort into local support and encourage a caution approach to external involvement in the conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Lapid, followed by Asma. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Michal Lapid, and I am an American citizen and a proud Santa Clara County resident since 2010. My family moved here with our 3 daughters from Texas and chose our home here because of the diversity, safety, inclusive community, and beauty. Never have we felt as proud Jews any anti-Semitism from our neighbors or our community, but on October 7th, everything changed. Our lives changed with the massacre by the terrorist organization Hamas.
Our hearts are devastated, our family, our community, our life. The ugly face of global anti-Semitism has risen since that dark Saturday, affecting daily lives of Jewish citizens around the world. This is alarming, and I'm scared for myself, for my community, and as a parent, I'm even more frightened for the future of this city, this country, and this world. And what will life look like for my daughters and their kids? All this because they're Jewish. This is anti-Semitism. I ask of you not to move forward with the requested resolution.
Thank you very much. Asma, followed by Naveed. Welcome.
Today I am here not to make a request, but rather to give you an opportunity. Beyond the walls of the City Hall chambers here in Santa Clara, every day there's discussion of ways we can advance the world we live in to make it a better place for our children. Today you have the opportunity to use your power, your platform, to make a statement that will truly impact the world and our future generations in a way nothing else can in this moment. I urge you to call for a permanent ceasefire, for peace, now, by adding a ceasefire resolution to your agenda for December 19th. It is the only lasting solution to a 75-plus year-long occupation, ethnic cleansing, and genocide of the Palestinian people. Let us in Santa Clara live up to our motto. I read today that we consider ourselves to be the city at the center of what's possible. What's possible is the end of the bombing and killing of more than 18,000 innocent Palestinian civilians, 7,000 or more of whom are children. What's possible is sending a message to our community that we will not stand for racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic sentiments. What's possible is that Santa Clara can stand up as a leader and call for a ceasefire. The opportunity is yours. Be on the right side of history. Add a ceasefire resolution to your agenda. Thank you.
Naveed, followed by Jacob Marr. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear Mayor and council members.
You can pull up the microphone. Yes, so you can stand up. Thank you.
Dear Mayor and council members, my name is Naveed, and I have immediate family, friends, and coworkers that call Santa Clara their home. I have worked in this amazing city for the better part of a decade, and I find this city as a refuge for people of all walks of life. I am calling on you to support a resolution for ceasefire on the 19th. By doing so, you will represent the ask of many of our speakers today and thousands of residents that belong to various communities in Santa Clara. The impact of your action here will make us feel safe, and it will make a stand. This is a human issue because over 1 million people are displaced, experiencing hunger, lack of water, medicine, and humanitarian aid is not being given to them. This is a Santa Clara issue because our money funds the killing of children by an ultra-nationalist government who let their own people down and have occupied the people for 75 years. Without our money, a war is not possible. Without a ceasefire, diplomacy is not possible. I urge you to put a resolution on the next agenda, please.
Thank you. Jacob Marr, followed by Shob. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, council member. My name is Jacob Moore, and I live in Los Altos. My message is loud and clear. The municipality does not need to deal with this subject at all. This is a U.S. foreign affair. But if it is already required, then please note that the war has been forced on Israel by Hamas. Hamas, a barbaric, brutal terrorist group. I repeat, Hamas is a barbaric, brutal terrorist group that has no moral, using children and women as a human shield. The only reason why children are being killed in Gaza is because the Hamas is using them as a human shield. Our community has no interest in passing an anti-Israel, anti-Semitic resolution. On a personal note, we have 3 of our friends, close friends. One, their son, 21 years old, has been murdered. Second, another 17-year-old daughter has been murdered in the festival. And thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Shob, followed by Marian Sarhan. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Honorable City Council. My name is Shoeb. I actually had a lot to say, and I had a lot to prepare for, but I'm just going to speak from the heart because the heart is really where I feel that all of our moral compasses have lost their way. If you ask yourself what is bullying, what is standing against hate, what is anything that is got to do with doing something right in this world, your heart will tell you because we're human. We're born this way. When something is wrong, we know it's wrong right away. the innocent killing and the collective punishment that is going on in the Palestine and especially in the Gaza has gone to proportions where the numbers don't make any sense anymore. Everyone can come up here and rattle off stats, but I'll tell you one thing, each and every human life is valuable, and we should take a stand in Santa Clara to call for a resolution that just stops the killing. Stop the innocent killing. That is the main thing at hand here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nada, followed by Marian Sarhan. Welcome. Oh, nope. Nada, was it Nada's first? Or Marian? Whoever wants to go first.
It's okay, we're
Welcome.
sisters. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. Mayor Gilmore, council members, thank you for listening to us. I heard some of our community members say that Israel and Palestine are a foreign issue, not relevant to us here in the United States. I would beg to differ. Israel's genocide in Gaza, unfortunately, we are each of us complicit in it. Each one of us, every single person who pays taxes in the United States has a part in this. Instead of solving homelessness or having universal health care, like people were suggesting, we are sending money to Israel to bomb innocent civilians. According to an article citing the IDF, nearly 1,000 Americans serve in the IDF, basically as agents for a foreign occupation force. Blinken bypassed Congress to send aid and cartilages to Israel, nearly 14,000 tank cartilages.
Thank you.
Call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have Marian, followed by Maina Ulkaram. Welcome.
Hi. I also had a few things prepared, but to be honest, a lot of people have been talking about safety. I'm worried for my safety every day as a very visibly Muslim woman. But beyond that, I'm more worried about the safety and integrity of us as a community. Because for us to have to lobby, and I've heard lots of people mention that everyone's been packing the city chambers. If a 10-year-old girl, people from various ages, backgrounds, who have work tomorrow, school tomorrow, are coming here today, that's because we care. That's because this issue affects us deeply. That's because our families are being murdered, and we will do everything in our power because it is our responsibility to try and make a change. And last, I want to ask you guys something. When people are speaking, check their sources. Not a single source has been cited for the various atrocities committed on the other side versus very clear sources on the Palestinian side. So please, I ask you to check those. Thank you.
Thank you. Maina, followed by Lena Seek. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maina Karim, and I'm here on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations. We urge you to introduce a ceasefire resolution to your next meeting agenda on December 19th and vote on a resolution to show that Santa Clara stands against genocide. This issue is critical for Santa Clara residents because the violence happening in Gaza is made possible by our tax dollars. The U.S. has sent more than $130 billion in military aid to Israel to date. A permanent ceasefire is the only solution. There is currently more spilled blood than there is drinking water in Gaza. We call on you, the City Council, to honor the countless Santa Clara constituents who are supporting your ceasefire resolution today by being on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena, please come forward, followed by Yehuda. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lena Mohammed Sheikh, and I'm an immigrant rights attorney on behalf of the Council of American Islamic Relations in San Francisco Bay Area. I urge you to introduce a ceasefire resolution at your next meeting agenda on December 19th and vote a resolution to show that Santa Clara stands against the genocide in occupied Palestine and the resulting hate crimes that occur here at home. This issue is critical for Santa Clara residents because of the violence that's happening in Gaza is made possible by our tax dollars, and I, for one, don't want to be funding a genocide. Santa Clara's communities have never been so vulnerable to hate. Our organization reports a 200% increase in reported hate incidences, bullying, and targeting of Muslims. I would like to point out the fact that nothing is in a vacuum. We cannot look at the Hamas's treatment of hostages without looking at the genocide of Palestinians. We cannot look at anti-Semitism without looking at the rise in Islamophobia. Supporting a ceasefire is the only humane option, so we call on the City Council to support
Thank you very much.
that. Thank you.
Yehuda, followed by Shoaib. Welcome.
Hello, dear Mayor and council members. My name is Yehuda. I am a Jewish Santa Clara resident and a naturalized refugee. This means that I'm a member of an ancient nation, one of the most productive and unfortunately one of the most oppressed nations in all of humankind. I stand before you to wish you a happy Hanukkah. And what that means is we celebrate the liberation of our homeland in ancient times, about 2,300 years ago from the ancient Greek Empire. And don't let any of this propaganda or any of these lies fool you. We have every legal, moral, and historical right to our homeland in Israel from ancient times and up until today. And as a matter of fact, if you want to get past the propaganda quick, watch the Hamas videos and try to find a book that mentions Palestinians before 100 years ago, and look at the ancient Egyptian, Assyrian, and Roman records that mention us, Am Yisrael, the Israelites, the people of Israel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Saeed Salman, before you start, let's fix that. Did it come out? Okay.
Be gentle.
Thank you. Syed Salman, followed by Shoaib Syed. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I live and work right here in Santa Clara. I'm part of the MCA community, one of the largest mosques in the nation. Our community has been a very giving community. We donate generously, charity, homelessness causes, COVID, etc., a lot of those things. And right now, our community is very much in pain. One of our imams, one of the leading imams of our mosques, Sheikh Alauddin al-Bakri, 10 of his family members were killed in an Israeli airstrike. 8 of them were children. And it was an extremely painful moment. Other friends of mine as well, Rami Sultan, a very dear friend of mine, his family members have also been killed and continue to be under threat. Please, I ask you all to understand this pain. Every moment that passes, more of our loved ones will die. Please please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Shoaib, followed by Junaid Sheikh. Welcome.
Thank you, Council, for this time. I'm here to request that you add a ceasefire resolution to the agenda for the next time this Council meets. I'm a resident of Santa Clara, a Muslim, and Indian, but I stand before you today as a human in pain, the same pain many of our residents are feeling right now because we're witnessing a genocide live in front of our eyes. And what's more, our taxes are funding this. The situation is urgent. The current genocide has claimed the lives of approximately 20,000 Palestinians and counting. In Gaza, a child is killed every 10 minutes. The only way to end the suffering of our loved ones is for our city to join the millions of people across the country and the world calling for a permanent ceasefire and a political solution to this violence. All major human rights organizations, the UN, and countless others are calling for this. I am standing here on a Tuesday night because my Maker has given me a voice to speak out against injustice, and so do you. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Junaid, followed by Hamza Faroqi. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and respected Mayor and Council members. I'm Junaid, and I live here. I've been living here for 23 years. I've raised my family here. I have a home here. And I urge you to add the ceasefire resolution to your next meeting. It's not about Hamas. Hamas are barbaric. They're bad people. They're uncivilized. But Israel is a civilized country, not barbaric. And still, it has done 10 times, or I would say 20 times more damage, barbaric damage and violence than Hamas. It's not about October 7th. Days before that, months before that, years before that, Palestinians have been under fire. It's not about safety here, because if Palestinians are the most unsafe people here. They've been run over in Stanford University. The child, 6-year-old child, has been stabbed to death. 3 people have been shot. Please add the ceasefire resolution.
Thank you very much. Hamza, followed by Marwan Nagar. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Hamza Faruqi. I'm speaking on behalf of the Council on American-Islamic Relationship and the San Francisco Bay Area. And we urge you to introduce a ceasefire resolution to your next meeting agenda on December 19th. And vote on the resolution to show that Santa Clara stands against genocide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Mayor, hello, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Thank you. I'd like to thank you as...
I'm sorry, can we start again? Can you tell us your name, please?
Sure. My name is Marwan Nagar.
Marwan.
Marwan,
'cause
yes.
His name disappeared. Thank you very, okay, let's start again, please. Thank you. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Start again. Oh, can't. We'll give you extra time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking the time. And thank you at the beginning when people clapped, you asked people to be respectful. We want this room to be safe. We want Santa Clara to be safe for everyone. I hope that extends to people in Santa Clara, because outside of this room, people are not safe. People don't feel safe. And the issue is an international law issue. It's a legal issue. It's a political issue. It's not about humanities anymore, at least to me. When I see the atrocities, the violation of international law being committed by Israeli army every day, and it's one thing, and to see the US government silent, or even worse, cheering, supporting, that makes me feel unsafe. That makes people feel unsafe. Not passing a ceasefire, not asking for a ceasefire, is basically supporting and cheering when people are being killed and international law is being violated every day. Please add it to the agenda next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ivanov, followed by Hanan Emara. Is Ivan here? Oh, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Hanan Emara. I'm here today because I saw a video 2 days ago of a mother who lost her 3-year-old. She said that she had to take 580 injections to have this baby. She lost him. And I'm also here to say that premature babies are decomposing in NICUs. This is not a war, this is not complicated, and this is not controversial. This is about honoring human rights and prioritizing peace for all people. I really, from the bottom of my heart, hope that everyone feels safe here. I've never had a problem with Jews. I'm not anti-Semitic. I've been in school here in CSU East Bay, and I've never in any way made anyone feel unsafe. Some people argue that this is a Middle East issue and we should keep it there. Yesterday, I was walking out of a Costco, and someone was running behind me, and I swear to God that I thought that this person was coming to stab me, as it's visible that I'm a Muslim and I'm wearing hijab. But to feel like to stand in a room where there are Palestinians losing their family, and here I speak about my safety, this feels like a privilege and an entitlement. It's all about them now, and this is a genocide, and this is not a war, and this is not controversial. Thank you.
Thank you. Nazhat, followed by Kamal. Welcome. I think when you start, it starts. When you start,
Can you let me
start.
know when it starts, please? Because I
Okay,
don't see it
start.
in the front.
it starts.
As a Santa Clara nurse resident and a mother of two proud American Santa Clara resident daughters who study in Santa Clara, myself and my fellow healthcare workers who are of all ethnicities and backgrounds, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Hindu, we all are working in Santa Clara right now, taking care of Santa Clara patients, residents of Santa Clara, and we are all aching. We are appalled by the senseless, discriminate killing of Palestinians in Gaza. We urge you to please put a peace and ceasefire resolution on the 12/19 agenda, please. We do not feel safe in Santa Clara as a community. I've talked to many patients, they do not feel safe. My fellow coworkers who are Jewish are paralyzed. They want to support this, but they're afraid that they'll be called anti-Semitic. Being pro-humanity is not being anti-Semitic. We love our Jewish brothers and sisters. I personally have friends who are Jewish. I take care of my Jewish patients, and we...
Thank you. Kamal, followed by Rami Sultan. Welcome.
Thank you. This didn't start on October 7th. I mean, in that truce time before October 7th, hundreds of Palestinians have been killed. 1,200 Palestinians, according to B'Tselem, an Israeli organization, are on detention, administrative detention, which is basically makes them hostages. Let's go to the honor list of the State of Israel. Misinformation, check. 18,000 people, including 7,000 kids, check. Killed, I mean. Hospital bombs, schools, churches, mosques, check. 1.7 million people displaced, check. War crimes, check. No food, no medicine, no fuel for the people of Gaza, check. Dehumanizing Palestinians, check. Resulting in here, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian sentiment, harassment, retaliation in workplace. Nelson Mandela said, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." And June Jordan said, "Palestine is a litmus test for the world, and we are failing miserably in that." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Samer? Oh, no, go ahead. I call, what, I'm sorry.
Rami Sultan.
Rami, so his name like disappears and then it goes to the next one, so sorry about that. I'm sorry, Rami. Go ahead when you're ready.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. My name is Rami Sultan, and I'm a Santa Clara resident. Two of my children go to school in Santa Clara. I'm also from Gaza, where my family has been forcibly removed from their homes. I've lost 12 members of my family due to the Israeli occupation forces. And we're the lucky ones. There are families that I know of that have lost up to 100 family members. The Israeli occupation forces have destroyed over 60% of North Gaza. This is where my family is from. The Israeli occupation forces have murdered 18,000 Gazan residents, 3/4 of which are women and children. They've targeted churches, mosques, schools, hospitals, all in the name of trying to fight an unjust war against the Palestinian people. We've seen death at rates never seen before in my lifetime by the Israeli occupation forces, and they have been increasingly efficient at it. I urge you to support a resolution agendized at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for the loss of your family members. Ivan, is Ivan here? Did we get Ivan back? Ivan followed by Soha, or is this? I didn't have
I just
Samir.
added Samir Darwish back.
Did we add that back?
I added him back as we.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. Hi, good to see you.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Thank you. As the president of the MCA, the Muslim Community Association, the largest congregation in the U.S., and also Santa Clara resident for 30 years, and a Palestinian American who has family in Palestine, and I lost 20 members of my family in this war. With that said, at the MCA, we have healing services in order for people to cope with the situation at the community with the trauma and the result of this war. And MCA increases also, we have increased our security and safety measures, which has been the highest since 9/11. With that said, the situation is difficult at our school. The community is in mourning and feels unsafe with the rise of Islamophobia. We are brothers and sisters in humanity. The Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem and the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem are not celebrating Christmas this year due to the genocide. So I urge you for a ceasefire resolution to be put on your agenda next week.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you. Ivan, come forward, followed by Soha Sheikh. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. It's pronounced Ivan.
Ivan, you can pull it up if it
Yes, I'm tall. I don't think it goes all the way up.
Ivan, go ahead.
I want to take you through a quick tour around the world. So in September, Azerbaijan invaded Armenia. It was a terrible war and many people died. And hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced from their homes. It was a real tragedy. There are also other wars going on in the world right now. For example, there's a war in South Sahara between Morocco and Algeria. There's also a terrible civil war going on in Yemen with the most horrible images that you can possibly see with children soldiers. There's also a terrible civil war in Syria where the Assad regime killed 500,000 people of his own people. These are all terrible cases, but the conflict in Israel is very unique, and there's a reason why this woman over here and the guy with a sign and the guy that smelled funny in the back, they all came here, and the guy who spoke with his heart. The reason is the Jews. They don't like the Jews, and this is why they came here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Soha? Is Soha here? Please come forward, followed by Mohanad Tarek. And I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. I apologize. Welcome. If you want to speak in the microphone, thank you, so we all can hear you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Soha, and I'm currently a Muslim 14-year-old high schooler. As a student and child, seeing children my age and younger's body parts being blown up and scattered for the past 65 days, I've been living in complete anxiety and fear for my brothers and sisters. Now, if someone were to ask the question of how does this affect us, I'd say that Islamophobia has now hit the Muslim community, with an increase of 400% according to CARE, through shootings, hate crimes, and threats that I, myself, have received. As I read about previous genocides, I wondered why no one dared to speak out against it. Now I know that we are those people, sitting and watching the genocides live through our phones, social medias, and through WhatsApps, and it baffles me to what this world has come to, where grieving citizens have to come together and beg our chosen leaders to put their foot down and say that we will not stand for this genocide. For the sake of your Santa Clara community, I urge the council to add this resolution to the 12-19 agenda and vote yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Soha. Mohanad Tarek, followed by Farah Al-Daher.
Hi.
Welcome.
My name is Mohanad. I'm a software engineer, American, living in Santa Clara. I'm here to support a ceasefire immediately for the conflict. Is it that hard to stop a genocide? Is it that hard to stop killing children? This conflict has been almost for many years. What is the difference? The difference is that it's a genocide and ethnic cleansing. I say, he says, she says, they say. Who's right? Numbers are right. Numbers of children killed will never lie. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has the right to do and to say whatever she, he, they say. Numbers will never, ever lie. 18,000 children have been killed, and that's the number that will be always there. If it's about Hamas, why are they bombing hospitals? If it's about Jewish and Muslim conflict, why they're bombing churches, which is not for Muslims? Last but not least, a couple of days ago, all countries have voted for a ceasefire, except US.
Thank you, sir. No, please all handle it. Thank you very much. I'm going to mention a couple of names because I was told that we have people in our cafeteria and it takes them a while to come up here. So I'm going to list the next 3 speakers, just one second, and then it will give people time to come up from the cafeteria. So we have Farah, you're Farah, correct? All right, Ronan, followed by Jenny Shalev, followed by Emma G. Yes, Farah, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here today out of necessity. Necessity because I cannot bear to see another child orphaned, another family lineage wiped from the registry. I cannot hear the screams from below the rubble. I cannot sit and watch this genocide funded by our hard-earned tax dollars, all while we call ourselves the moral center of the world and watch never again, in fact, happen again. We watched as 5, 10, 15, and now 20,000 lives be criminally stolen. This is a genocide on children, on poets, on doctors, and on journalists. The Guardian published a study that concluded the civilian proportions of death is higher than that in all world conflicts in the 20th century. That's right, the 20th century that saw 2 world wars. The horror we're seeing is truly unprecedented. Today, the UN passed a resolution where 153 countries have called for a ceasefire. It is time that our city does the same. This will be an irreversible stain on our country. Please put this on the resolution next week.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is Ronan in the room? Okay, Ronan. Jenny? Okay, now I'm going. Ronan's coming. Ronan? Okay, followed by Jenny Shalev, followed by Emma G, followed by Alex S. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ronan. If the city decides to dive into the Hamas-Israel war, I would like to ask that the city consider the kidnapped women and invest the resources to research and make an informed and balanced statement. On that note, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to do something about the kidnapping of Romy Gonen. Her father visited us in Santa Clara County a few weeks ago, asking we do everything we can to bring her home. I was thinking to myself, what can I possibly do from here? Today I'm acting on his request, asking that we call for the release of Romy and all kidnapped young women and all victims of ongoing sexual assault used as a terror weapon. What will be her fate if a ceasefire takes place? Today it is Hanukkah, where we shine light into darkness. Romy's father, when visiting Palo Alto, said that Romy would light every room she walked into. It is my hope that the city, if chooses to take a position, also remembers to call for the release of the remaining women and that Romy's light will prevail over darkness.
Thank you. We have Jenny, followed by Emma G, followed by Alex S, followed by Ori Shalev. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jenny. I've lived here for 10 years, and my kids attend Santa Clara Unified Schools. Unfortunately, in the last few weeks, students from our Jewish Israeli community have experienced anti-Semitic incidents at our local schools. One reason for this is that tensions around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are manifesting themselves as a significant increase in anti-Semitism. All this happens during the worst period of our lives. Everyone in our community knows someone who was murdered, raped, or kidnapped by Hamas. I urge you to refrain from introducing divisive resolutions into our city and to de-escalate an already tense situation so that everyone in our diverse community feels safe and included. This leads me to the issue of safety. During these days of Hanukkah, unlike in the last few years, there are no menorahs in businesses around the city. A Jewish Santa Clara resident who used to display a menorah in her business window every Hanukkah chose not to put up a menorah this year. She doesn't feel safe.
Thank you. We have Emma, followed by Ori Shalev, followed by Hamza Berry, followed by Laksh Basan. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Emma. I am a proud Jewish Israeli Zionist who lives here in Santa Clara. I wasn't a proud Jewish Israeli Zionist until October 7th, when I learned that things were much worse than I thought they were. Currently, US anti-Semitism is up 337%. That started in October 7th. That didn't start before that, that didn't start after. That is the reason I am urging you, please do not bring international things into this city council. This is not a genocide, that's number one. The numbers do lie because Hamas does lie, and it is more complicated than that. We are in danger when we speak up. We are way more in danger here in the US, and that is why we need to stay out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Alex, followed by Ori Shalev, followed by Hamza Berry, followed by Laksh Bashan, followed by Abdullah Al-Shahabi. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alex Solmonovich. I'm a proud US and Santa Clara City resident. I'd like to see this council focus on local community affairs and not make statements on international conflicts. Similar statements from a few other Bay Area cities embolden Hamas, a barbaric terror organization with no interest in peace that violated the previous ceasefire agreement. Please keep the following in mind. On October 7th, Hamas committed barbaric crimes against humanity that are against their own religion. Raping, torturing, kidnapping, and point-blank executing civilians is not self-defense, it is not resistance. Hamas rules its own people with an iron fist and regularly steals their humanitarian aid. Every day they are in power means more innocent people dying on both sides. Please do not issue statements that embolden terror organizations. No to a ceasefire, dismantle Hamas.
Thank you. Ori, followed by Hamza, Abdullah, James K., and Doreen Castleman. Welcome.
Dear council members, dear mayor, I'm Ori. I'm a resident of Sunnyvale, and my kids go to Wilcox High School. I'd like to ask you not to take any stand or issue any resolution regarding things that are not happening in the city, in Santa Clara County, in Santa Clara School District, in California, and in the United States, because this is not why you were elected. You were elected to care for your city and for your residents. And I would urge you to listen to those residents that came here from both sides who were concerned about their own safety and the safety of the families who live in Santa Clara. This is what you should be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have Hamza, followed by Laksh Basin, followed by Abdullah Al-Shahabi, followed by James K. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, for taking the time, and everyone here. My name is Hamza. I am a resident of Santa Clara for the last 10 years. I came here single, I got married, had my children as well. And yesterday, for the umpteenth time, I saw an image of a toddler, 2-year-old baby dead on the floor, and the doctor trying to save her and then announcing her death. And then the parents going over and crying and wailing over losing their child. And yesterday, that image, that daughter looked just like mine. That little girl looked just like mine, and I just can't take it anymore. And there's nothing that we can do, but we should try to be brave and call for adding the ceasefire resolution in the next agenda. I'm also encourage the council to, for our Jewish community members, if they feel unsafe, we should take every step to make them feel safer. But I don't see how calling for this war to end, this unfair, uneven war to end, results in them feeling unsafe. If it does, we support that and we make sure that they feel safe as well. They're important members of our community and we support them as well and their fears. But we must make sure that ceasefire needs to be happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laksh, followed by Abdullah, James K., and Doreen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Laksh Basin. I'm an immigrant born in India, and I'm here to echo the demands of hundreds of your constituents who have emailed you urging you to pass a resolution for a ceasefire, because what we are seeing in Gaza is abhorrent. We are seeing ethnic cleansing, we are seeing war crimes and collective punishment against thousands of innocents, and we are seeing an unfolding genocide. Billions of our tax dollars are fueling this crisis and are being used to kill your constituents' family members. This is a Santa Clara issue. At a demonstration for peace in Santa Ana Row, many of us, myself included, were insulted as terrorists, an echo of what life was like for us after 9/11. There has been a 400% increase in anti-Muslim hate crimes in the Bay Area alone, and both anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism have also gone up. And that is why we need to advocate for peace, to de-escalate and recognize our common humanity. I implore each of you to support the Multi-Faith Coalition's ceasefire resolution for the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Abdullah, followed by James K., Doreen, Zohar, and Simona. Welcome.
Hi. All I have to say and ask is one question. The 8,000 plus children that were killed, because I hear this narrative that this is a war against Hamas. Were any of those kids members of Hamas? And the guy holding plastic bags with the arms of his children, were those members of Hamas? It's simple. This is a genocide. And all I ask is that the council just voices their opinion and says, we want it to stop, and we want a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. James?
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
excuse me. My window has frozen, so I cannot use the timer, so we're going to resort to a phone
Gig timer?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Old-fashioned, oh, the phone still. Okay, very good.
Good evening.
James?
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I would just say the opposite. I would say it's not very simple at all. First of all, my name is Dr. James Castleman. I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for over 35 years, and I'm a member of the Jewish community. I'm here tonight to ask the council not to put forward a resolution in support of an immediate ceasefire. I would point out that the neighboring city of San Jose many years ago established a policy not to make statements about foreign policy issues. I think that was a very wise thing that San Jose did. I would also point out that to my chagrin, the large number of speakers tonight in favor of an immediate ceasefire, with one exception, no one has condemned Hamas. No one has mentioned the hostages. No one has mentioned that most of those who were barbarically killed were peace activists. So this is not simple, and I would urge the council not to put forth a resolution.
Thank you very much. Okay, Doreen, followed by Zohar, followed by Simona, followed by Marzia. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you so much for allowing the time for us to speak to the City Council. I'm Doreen Castleman. I'm the president of the Jewish Democratic Club of Silicon Valley. I'm also representing JCRC, JCRC in Silicon Valley, Jewish Community Relations Council. Also JPAC, the Jewish Public Affairs Council, and we are throughout the state. These are hard times. They're hard times for all elected officers and for city councils. We know that our elected officers have looked very carefully at how to and what to deal with so that it doesn't create harm and so that it helps. October 7th was the highest the highest level of anti-Semitism ever recorded and the highest rate of Islamophobia ever recorded. This is not the only city council that is facing these kinds of problems. We have seen it in other areas, and it continues to cause harm.
Thank you.
Please do not have this resolution go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zohar, followed by Simona, Marzia, and Ahmed Hefni. Welcome.
Thank you so much. From Hamas chapter. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews, when the Jew will hide behind stones and trees. The stones and trees will say, Muslims, Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him. As a granddaughter for Holocaust survivors, after the 7th of October, when I heard about Jews women's that were pregnant and their belly was cut, and I'm sorry, their belly was cut and the babies were cutting out of their bellies, I understood it's not a resistance. It's not a war about land. It's a war about existence of Jewish people. and when people are not condemning Hamas and do not want a real life for Palestinians, because Hamas is using all the money to build rockets.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Simona, followed by Marzia, Ahmed, and Kadia. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Simona Tsivis, and I'm a concerned community member. I don't see any relevance in proposing resolutions about a foreign conflict. We need to be proposing resolutions that will impact our lives and kids' future here, such as improving our schools and our kids' education. Where's the resolution to teach our kids not to hate, to educate them about anti-Semitism, for example, to be compassionate towards people regardless of what background or ethnicity we all are? But if we want to propose a resolution about a conflict thousands of miles away, we should be proposing a resolution to condemn Hamas and demand the release of the hostages. We have over 100 hostages still in Gaza, including children like this cutie right here and his whole family, women and elderly, still trapped in the tunnels by the monsters of Hamas. Where is the outrage from the community? We should be demanding Hamas to put down the weapons, because the moment they do so, there will be ceasefire. So I urge you to ignore the request of nonsense resolutions.
Thank you.
Israel Chai.
Marzia, followed by Ahmed, Kadia, Mossab, and Hassan. Welcome.
Hi. Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Marzia. I'm a Santa Clara resident for more than 10 years. I'm a mother of 3. I'm not able to see every day the kids, I'm not able to sleep. I'm not able to eat. I request you to, bring the agenda of ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Ahmed, followed by Kadia, Mossab, Hassan, and Ali.
Thank you. I'm speaking as a resident, father, and husband in Santa Clara. I strongly urge the valued council to add a ceasefire resolution to December 19 agenda. This is for the people in Gaza who are suffering from brutal bombardment and deprivation of basic needs, for people in Israel, for Israeli hostages whose life is threatened by reckless and indiscriminate bombing, but also for our local community, for the welfare of our local community, who is being torn apart by rising Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, and the trauma of losing loved ones. And for our younger Americans in Santa Clara and everywhere, who see the values of liberty and justice for all being tested, who are disappointed by seeing our tax dollars being spent to support an extreme government that's willing to wreak havoc after it failed its people. Our youth, who see a huge disconnect between their aspirations and the political stance of their government. Please add a ceasefire resolution to your next week's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Kadia, followed by Musab, Hassan, Ali, and Keely. So is Kadia here? Kadia Ahmed? Kadia Ahmed? All right, let's go to Mossab Bagdori. Welcome.
Hi, dear council members. My name is Mossab, a parent of 4, and member of Santa Clara community. As a resident, taxpayer, and simply a human, I cannot really have rest. I cannot sleep. I cannot work. I cannot be productive in my work knowing that my money is funding a genocide. And for people who said Hamas started this, this is a man, picture of a man with Down syndrome being taken hostage by Israeli occupation. This happened on February 22nd, way before October 7th. And things like this happen every day on a mass scale. So Hamas is not the reason for this genocide. It is only Netanyahu's political agenda. He wants to stay in power, so he wants the war to continue. I'm urging the city council to put a ceasefire resolution on on December 19th. Thank you.
Thank you. Hassan, followed by Ali, Keely, Oren, and Mina. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Hassan Owais. I'm 16 and I've been living in this community my whole life. I grew up here and I went to school here. We like this community and it has benefited us and cared for us, which is why I'm calling to add the resolution of a ceasefire in Gaza so that Santa Clara can be on the side of humanity. The children of Gaza are suffering far too long under non-stop bombing. Most of the houses in Gaza have been destroyed. Children are living in cramped, unhygiene places, hundreds of people forced to use a single bathroom. There's hunger, thirst, and constant loss of life. And the future of generation is being snatched from them as schools, colleges, and universities are destroyed by Israeli bombs. We, the youth of Santa Clara, cannot bear to watch these atrocities unfold before our eyes and look the other way. The children of Gaza are humans, like us. They have the right to be free, to go to school, to play, and to have a future, and they should not be punished for something that is not their fault. And besides, the area of Gaza is 10 times smaller than that of Santa Clara. Imagine trying to fit 2 million people in that small
Thank you so
district.
much. Thank you. Ali, followed by Keely, Oren, and Mina. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ali, and I'm here to urge you to add the resolution for ceasefire in your agenda. I mean, the situation in Gaza is dire. As humans living in here, enjoying the safety of this city, we cannot bear to look at the dire situation there. Out of 36 hospitals in Gaza, 27 have been destroyed, and there's only 9 functioning hospitals, and they are overcrowded. In addition to treating patients, they are providing shelter to thousands of people. Ambulances have been bombed. Over 100 ambulances have been destroyed. According to Palestinian Red Crescent Society, they stopped operations in North Gaza, and the injured there are just left to die. And Israel has been using phosphorus bombs. Imagine the amount of injuries, suffering, and people who require treatment. Thank you very much. I urge you to
Thank you.
adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Keely, followed by Oren, Mina, Liat, and Effie. Welcome.
Hello, council members. My name is Keely, and I'm a resident of San Jose. I demand you use your elected power to call for a ceasefire in Gaza immediately. Cowardice and ignorance have no place on a panel of our elected officials, yet that's all we seem to get here in America. Quote from Bisson, a Palestinian woman currently in occupied Gaza, quote, "The same crime, the same criminal, and the same silent audience. By not speaking out, you are the silent audience in the midst of a genocide, sitting in positions of power with your lips sealed. The people will not forgive, and the people will not forget your silence. Your complicity will bring shame. Palestinians have experienced 75 years of settler colonial violence and military occupation. A ceasefire is the bare minimum. You are being asked to stand against genocide. Where is your humanity?" To end, a quote from Walid Khan, "If you remain silent about the killing of innocent children and massacres, if you still don't feel the pain and suffering, let me tell you, you are dead inside. Palestine will be free."
Thank you. Oren, followed by Mina, Liat, Effie, and Shlomit. Welcome. Oren? Did it come out again? Assistance, please.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, no, there it goes. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Councilman, my name is Oren Singer. I'm here to let you know that my 13-year-old daughter is being targeted at school just because of her religion, just because she's Jewish. Since the horrendous and barbaric Hamas attacks in Israel, kids in her class have drawn swastikas, figures of Hitler, and are chanting things like "From the river to the sea," calling for the destruction of Israel and Jews across the world. I'm an American and a very proud American of that, and I stand before you as one. I ask you to put your efforts in protecting our kids and follow Americans from those who, and actually help us from those who seek harm on those who seek to harm us and our kids. Whether it's Jewish, Islam, Christian, all religions should feel safe in our community. Foreign policy should and is dealt on federal level. There's lots to do here before we actually, before we focus on foreign policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mina, followed by Liat, Effie, Shlomit, and Eagle. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm not going to educate anyone here.
Ma'am, can you please speak in the microphone? Just pull it over a little bit so everyone can hear you. Thank you. We can start again if you don't mind.
Everyone here knows that Israel left Gaza already 18 years ago and that there was a ceasefire until October 7th, the day when the Hamas organization invaded Israel and carried out a shocking massacre for more than 1,500 residents. That's why I propose to concentrate on the safety and welfare of life of Jewish community in Santa Clara, to prevent harm, insult, and antisemitism against Jewish. We must act at all costs against antisemitism and evil that some people try to push to our peaceful and unit city. Thank you.
Thank you. Liat, followed by Effie, Shlomit, Eagle. Lost my place, sorry. And Kent, welcome.
Good evening. On October 7th, Hamas declared war on Israel, slaughtering, mutilating, and raping thousands of Israeli civilians in their homes and kidnapping 240 people, including babies, older people, and women. To date, there are still 137 people in captivity. Since I was a teenager, I've always been protesting for peace and advocating for a two-state solution. I still do. Having said that, after the brutal and devastating attack on Israel by Hamas, it is clear to me that there will be no ceasefire and no continued attempts to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict until every last hostage is back. There's no hope for peace until the Palestinian people denounce Hamas and Hamas is destroyed. The resolution that you are about to vote on will not promote peace, as peace is made by sides recognizing each other.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Liat? Oh, sorry. I've lost my own spot. Effie? Do we have Effie here? Effie Rodham, please come forward, followed by Shlomit, Eagle, and Kent. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. We elect this distinguished council to run the city, and this is what we expect you to do, to run the city. On 9/11, you didn't issue a resolution saying we need a ceasefire on Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and it is not the time to start now to issue a resolution about foreign affairs on protecting Hamas. The safety of Santa Clara residents, however, is your jurisdiction. This is something you need to take care of, and this is something that you need to do something about. We are the only community here that go to light a menorah, a sign of light, with a police escort. I'm sending my granddaughters to the synagogue with a police escort. This is the people that are rallying in the streets and are calling for genocide of the Jewish people don't make me feel safe. And I expect you to stand up and take resolutions to protect the citizens of this community.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Shlomit, followed by Eagle, Kent, and Boris. Welcome.
My name is...
Here, you want to put the microphone right. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
We little people are...
We want to hear you.
My name is Shlomit Blum. I'm a Jewish resident of Santa Clara County. My relative was butchered by Hamas on October 7th. It took 2 weeks to identify him. Other relatives were had to be evacuated from their homes. There was a ceasefire on October 6 that was shattered by the horrific massacre executed by the terrorist organization Hamas, the absolute ruler of Gaza, on October 7th. Since then, Hamas leaders vowed to repeat their barbaric rapes, beheading, chopping, burning Jews alive again and again. They also took hostages and treat them inhumanely. Voting for another one-size ceasefire with no intention to push for a peace solution based on two...
Thank you very much. Thank you. Eagle, followed by Kent, Boris, Tamima, and Jenny. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The City Council mission is to deal with the city affairs and well-being. We have the US President, Cabinet, and Congress for dealing with foreign affairs. The proposed one-sided ceasefire is orchestrated by CARE, an organization that openly supports the Hamas horrific massacre on October 7th, and its mission to annihilate Israel, the only Jewish state in the world. The White House has just disavowed this organization after its executive director publicly announced that he was happy to see Palestinians break out of Gaza on the day Hamas attacked Israel, and that Israel does not have right to self-defense. Support of the proposed resolution is a direct support of Hamas strategy that counts on Palestinians' population as a human shield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kent, please come forward, followed by Boris, Tamima, Jenny, and Nada. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I'm going to introduce a little change of pace here. My name is Kent Mack, and my daughter belongs to the Santa Clara Swim Club. They make their home at the International Swim Center, which is leased from the city of Santa Clara. The facility is continually down, with various maintenance issues causing the pool to shut down every couple of months for weeks at a time. When the facility is down, we sometimes have to go deep into San Jose or attend practices at a faraway facility or have the practices time cut in half to accommodate much smaller facilities. International Swim Center is very important to our community, and the constant shutdowns are very disruptive to the athletes that depend on it for their training and for the after-school activities that stabilize their lives and the student athletes that attend. Pool's been shut down more than 6 times in the past year. I really pray that the city of Santa Clara can set aside the appropriate funds to fix the pool for long-term or help with another permanent solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Boris? We have Boris, followed by Tamima, Jenny, Nada, and Yosef. Welcome.
I will never be able to forget the nightmare of October 7th. We will never be able to wipe from our minds and souls the heartbreaking, horrifying images of rape, murder, beheading, and savagery, which Hamas recorded and proudly posted. This was the darkest day in Jewish history since World War II. Since then, Hamas has fired 10,000 rockets indiscriminately at Israeli civilians from Palestinian schools, mosques, and hospitals. But what makes it even worse is the attempt to rationalize or normalize Hamas by calling for a ceasefire. Hamas's own charter states that the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. In other words, the sole purpose of Hamas is the complete annihilation of the Jewish people. Hamas cannot be allowed to disregard and use their own people as human shields in their vile attempt to commit genocide from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Any policy that leaves Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other terrorist groups in Gaza in power and calls for an absolute ceasefire fans the flames of conflict. It is a violation of both Palestinian and Israeli human rights.
Thank you very much. Tamima, followed by Jenny, Nada, Yosef, and Scott. Welcome.
I'm Tamima Koren, and everything that I wanted to say was already said. There is a terrorist organization in Gaza, and as long everyone wants the violence to stop, but there is a terrorist organization there, and as long as they are there, the violence will not stop. So it's not time yet to do a ceasefire as long as the terrorist organizations are still there. So if all the terrorists will come out and leave the place and surrender, yes, we can have ceasefire, but not before that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny? We have Jenny, followed by Nada, Yosef, Scott, and Sharon. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Omar. Sorry, I'm an elementary school teacher here in Santa Clara. I came tonight as a voice of the voiceless children. I urge you to make a humanitarian choice of ceasefire resolution now, with a reminder that we are all children of Prophet Ibrahim. Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu last sermon was a reminder to all of us that all human beings to be equal in the eyes of Allah, and pointed out that no race or ethnicity holds any kind of superiority over another. You are holding a seat tonight with power to make a decision. Use it for a peaceful resolution. It's in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Nada? Followed by Yosef, Scott, Sharon, and Ron. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I grew up in Santa Clara. The question today is, do Palestinians deserve to continue to be killed? Everyone's answer should be no. This issue impacts Santa Clara. Many of your constituents have lost family and relatives in Gaza, including my own family. The brutal killing is ongoing as we speak. No one here is denying the atrocities of October 7th. One group is saying no more civilians should be killed. The other group is telling you more civilians should be killed, and that 2 million Palestinians are disposable. That group is denying that the UN reports that half of the population of Gaza is starving since Israel cut off access to food, water, electricity, and fuel. These are war crimes. It should also be noted that Israeli airstrikes have also killed 50 of the Israeli hostages. A ceasefire, which is the most passive neutral stance anyone can take, is the only option that allows the release of hostages and the stopping of Palestinian death. Right now, our tax dollars are funding the killing of our loved ones. Ceasefire.
Thank you. Yosef, Scott, Sharon, and Ron to follow. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Mayor Gilman and honorable members of the council.
Can you speak, Yosef, do you mind speaking right in the microphone so everyone can hear you at home as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Member of the Santa Clara community. I don't think the council should engage in international policy. I will note, though, that the war in question was started by a brutal assault by Hamas, a group the US government has designated a terrorist Palestinian group. Hamas is proud of the killing, of the rape, of the torture it inflicted on October 7th, and are loudly promising to do it again and again. And so Israel is fighting back. When the US was attacked on 9/11 and thousands of Americans were murdered by Islamic fanatics, we were not going to cease fire while Al-Qaeda was intact. It would be ridiculous of anyone to demand that. Some speakers who claim they want peace and a ceasefire and sympathize with Hamas, the same group that grabbed from their homes men, women, children only a few weeks ago, they still hold them as hostages. They refused against any human norm to tell the families if they're dead or alive. How can you expect the fathers and husbands of these people to cease fire like that? The City Council should not let itself be pulled into international politics, and certainly not into such a twisted and one-sided resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Yosef. We appreciate it. Thank you. Scott, followed by Sharon, Ron, Norma, and Erf.
Hello, Mayor Gilmore and the City Council, please. Thank you for having me here tonight. And I just ask that you do not take on a resolution regarding a ceasefire. I'm a Jewish community member here. My wife and my 6-year-old and 4-year-old children are scared. The anti-Semitism has risen to an extreme level. No one should have to feel that way. We need to worry about that, and taking on a resolution like this can only potentially increase it. It certainly will not decrease it. And so we do not need any more inflammatory anti-Semitism or hate towards any other groups in our community. If you do feel that you have to take on a resolution, it is very important then that you state that there would be a ceasefire immediately if Hamas would simply give back the hostages and lay down their weapons. So for those calling for a ceasefire, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. There was another ceasefire that ensued. And as soon as Hamas violated that, this war continued. So please do not take on this resolution, and thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, followed by Ron, Norma, and Irf. Welcome.
I think you need to focus only on the city issues. I did not elect you based on your thoughts about, foreign affairs. I don't know what you are thinking. If I had known that you are going to make any choices about that, I would need to know about what you think about this. So stay away from any foreign affairs and focus on the city. This talk today is actually making me feel extremely unsafe here in the city. So stay away from that and focus on the city affairs.
Thank you. Ron, followed by Norma and Irv.
Hello.
Welcome.
Santa Clara should keep off foreign issues which do not concern the city. Frankly, you do not have the necessary historical background to arrive at a just decision, nor will you have any real effect except to alienate part of your constituents, introduce tensions, and divide them. A ceasefire now means one thing. Hamas, the perpetrator of the barbaric October 7th attacks, will be allowed to survive. Hamas, like ISIS, should be wiped off the earth, or else what we saw in recent weeks will repeat. Hamas already, again and again, Hamas was already promising so publicly. Nobody in the Western world called for a ceasefire with ISIS. Nobody should do the same with Hamas.
Thank you. Norma, followed by Irv. Welcome. Yeah, pull down.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening, everyone. My name is Norma, and I'm a Latina and Muslim. I want to thank you for the opportunity to let my voice to be heard. I'm a resident of Santa Clara, and I'm here to demand for a ceasefire resolution on December 19. Please stop the genocide and stop funding this genocide with our tax dollars. As a Santa Clara resident, I strongly believe it's our responsibility to raise our voices over Palestinians, brothers and sisters that have been oppressed for many decades. This conflict is our problem too, and our responsibility is to take action. It's a shame that the US was the only to veto the ceasefire. Our voices are being ignored. We cannot continue watching how kids, women, and men are being slaughtered by the Israeli occupation. I am asking our representatives to stand in the right side and hear our voices by taking the right action. Wars are usually between armies, not between army and civilians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Irv? Yes, please come forward. Welcome. You can speak right in the microphone, Irv. Yeah, there you go.
I heard a lot of interesting arguments from both sides, and there's something to be said for both sides. But I didn't hear anyone from the other side, the Palestinian side, saying anything bad about what happened on October 7th, and that's disturbing. That means they're concentrating only on one side. I hope that your minds have not been made up until now, that everyone's open-minded, and you'll take into account that peace cannot be reached if someone thinks that the other side is all wrong. And that's it.
Thank you. All right. We're going to continue the public presentations to the end of our meeting. We have a bit of business to do for the city right now. Also, the fact that our systems have frozen up, so we need to unfreeze the system so that we can put in the speaker cards of those left to speak. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to resume with our city council. We've been going for almost 2 hours, and we're going to resume with our city council meeting, and then we'll come back to public presentations. You're all, of course, welcome to stay. If you decide that you want to go home, you can join us on Zoom later for public presentation, but you're absolutely welcome to stay and participate in our council meeting as well. We're going to take a 10-minute break now till 9:10. Hopefully, we can unfreeze our systems. Thank you very much for all of your patience. I'm going to ask people to please take their seats. Please take your seats. Okay, thank you very much. According to the agenda, Councilmember Becker, you asked that items 7 and 8 be moved up. Item 7, action on written petition, Council Policy 030 for council consideration on a policy to normalize and make consistent speaking at public events, and to consider a policy to include powers for council members to declare proclamations in their respective districts. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Going to ask that because of Councilmember Park is not here, that we move to item number 5 first before we go to that item.
Oh. Where is he? Do we know?
He had a little family issue.
All right. Okay. All right. So then I'm going to go back to the agenda. The first is the consent calendar item pulled for discussion, and it's the item that I pulled, which is 5Q. Was it Q? 3Q, note and file list of designated city employees who are subject to the post-employment restrictions pursuant to City Code Chapter 2.145. So I had a question on this. I know that we don't have a list of designated city employees, and that hasn't happened for years to be put on that list, but I guess things are going to change now. There's a new list here. But my question is, the fact that we didn't have a list in the past, does it now default to state law? And that's a one-year, that state law is a one-year revolving door policy. So the fact that the city didn't respond on anything, and that's for top executives in a city. So if you can't answer that now, you can bring it back the next meeting. But so my question is, well, how come it doesn't just default to state law? Because it's supposed to be the law that's the most stringent.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Typically, the city had the law most stringent, but the city didn't list the top management positions.
Great question,
So do we now
Mayor.
default?
Yeah, the state law applies no matter what. If the city rules are more strict, the city rules also apply. So in the absence of city rules, the state laws would continue to apply.
So that may have a bearing on some recent issues here in our city. So I just wanted to point that out. Other than that, I'll ask for a motion to note and file, unless anyone else has a question on the council.
I'll make a
or
motion to
anyone
note
in the
and file.
public. I have a motion to note and file. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is there any member of the council or any member of the public want to speak on this issue? All right, City Clerk, when you're ready.
Can you see the voting?
Oh, I guess we roll call vote then?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes 6 with 1 absent. Okay, we are going to move now to action, item number 5, action on fiscal year 2022-23 budget year-end report and approve the related budget amendments. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Tonight's item 5 is a year-end report for actions necessary to close out last fiscal year, FY 22-23. Santa Clara's local economy, like cities across the nation, suffered as a result of the pandemic. Over the last few years, the city has worked diligently to reduce the budget brought on by deficits caused by COVID-19. With stronger than expected revenue recovery and savings generated from cost controls implemented during the pandemic, the city ended last fiscal year with $36 million under budget in the general fund. Each year, the city strives to end the year with extra funds. These additional funds provide necessary one-time resources that are typically used for one-time needs, such as funding capital infrastructure and augmenting reserves. They, of course, will not address all of the city's facility needs, as today our known facility upgrade needs are over $500 million. In fact, it's just under $600 million. The presentation tonight will be given by your Finance Director, Ken Lee. He will provide a high-level report, key recommendations, including recommendations from staff on the allocation of the $36 million in general fund savings from last fiscal year. Thank you. I'll turn the presentation over to Director Lee.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about our budget from last fiscal year, 22-23. So earlier in the evening, you did approve our financial statements that is part of our closing out of our books for year end. So this is the budget report before you. Just by way of agenda, I will talk about just how we ended the year with regards to our general fund performance, a recommendation around the distribution of fund balance. I'll highlight some other funds throughout the document, as well as talk about the recommendations before you. By way of overview, every year at this time, I present kind of the closeout of the prior fiscal year. So this report, roughly 100 pages, analyzes the year-end performance, and it reconciles all of our budgeted funds and makes true-ups or changes to our 23-24 budget based on how we ended the year in June of this past year. And that's because when the council adopts the budget, estimates are used based for last year's performance, and when we close it out, we have to adjust all the funds. Also in this time, the distribution of fund balance in the general fund is typically brought before the council. These recommendations in today's report is informed by prior council policies regarding reserves and use of one-time dollars for one-time needs. And then that second bullet here, as the city manager mentioned, our year-end fund balance is also the funding source for our city's capital projects. As we've kicked off kind of a 2-year capital budgeting process, these dollars are important and drop it in the bucket with regards to our vast needs on the capital side. Just for those at home or listening, or those in the audience, in the budget department or division, we're always working on multiple fiscal years, so just wanted to lay out on this slide. The council approved a 2-year operating budget this past July 1st. We just kicked off a development process for a 2-year capital budget. That will be before the board in May of 2024. And then every month I bring forward a budget monitoring report that highlights where we are at various points in the year. And then this report closes out and reconciles the last fiscal year. With regards to some of the policies, the first bullet here, both state law as well as our council approved policies, we're required to have a balanced budget, and part of that is if there are any extra funds at the end of the year, one-time sources, the council's approved a policy to use those on a one-time basis. With regards to our city's reserves, specifically in the general fund, the city council has approved the budget stabilization reserve policy of 25%, roughly to cover 3 months of operations in case of an emergency during some of the more difficult years. Recently, as a result of the pandemic, the council did approve a lower 15% reserve. With regards to capital projects, the council has a policy of a minimum target of $5 million. As I'll mention and talk about in this presentation, our recommendation is to set aside a bit more than $5 million, but still not enough for all the needs across the city. And then that third bullet here, pension stabilization reserve, probably about 7-8 years ago, the council establish that reserve, set aside funds, and have a target to put aside 1% of our unfunded liability. We did take a pause on that contribution during some of the tough COVID years, and our recommendation here is to restore an additional 1% in that reserve. By way of overview, we did end 22-23 in a stronger fiscal position, as I talked about earlier this year as part of the budget process in May and June. Some of that stronger performance was factored in with the revision of that $27 million deficit that I had talked about down to $9 million. So a good portion of the $36 million of excess funds are due to both a better revenue performance as a result of coming out of the COVID pandemic, as well as some of the savings on the expense side due to cost controls. In the general fund, I'll drill down both on the revenue and expense side. On the revenue side, we did receive $286.7 million, roughly 10% extra here, $25.3 million in the budget. And I'll talk about which specific line items and which areas of revenues exceeded our budget. On the expense side, we had total expenditures of $271.4 million, about 6% savings here, $17.2 million, roughly largely due to vacancies carried throughout the organization during the year. I do have some new metrics and data points with regards to HR and hiring. And then after some very specific technical adjustments, the $36.4 million in the general fund, a recommendation here is towards three specific areas: police and fire radios, public workspace, and improvements around both the City Hall campus and other areas, and a dedicated employee engagement work groups are underway to kind of allocate and improve some of those workplaces. Commerce Peddlers Plaza, so some infrastructure improvements to the city-owned facilities downtown, and then a sizable portion of that $36 million recommended for reserves, $31.4 million. On the revenue side here, the table shows just the specific line items. I won't talk about every one of them, but when we ended the year, I want to kind of, it seems long ago, not too long ago that we were in the COVID pandemic. And so when we were developing a lot of the estimates for the general fund for last year, just a reminder, we were in the middle of the Omicron variant, and so we were uncertain as far as how fast and how quick our recovery. Fortunately, the good news is that we recovered faster. Just highlighting here the two top revenues that exceeded performance: TOT with regards to hotels, events at our, and the taxes generated from that, and then sales tax, which was a surprise for us, but largely due to both improved performance with our business-to-business category as well as inflation. The SVP transfer and interest highlighting the other top four on the list. When you look at the top four performers for general fund revenue, I want to display over a longer period, or on this table here, 18-19 reflects the last full year prior to COVID, and want to highlight some of the trends. And so the first line here, property tax, we had $58.4 million pre-COVID, currently in their last fiscal year, 84.6, so strong, 45% over 5 years, on average about 9% a year. Sales tax, I know I had talked about this revenue in the past. It's extremely volatile with regards to how our residents or purchasers of goods in the city feel and the confidence level. So we've seen with some of the changes of online sales that actually dropped over the 4 years over this period, and then last year jumped back up. So 10% over 5 years, roughly 2% a year. TOT, our hotel tax, dropping about 90% from $22.5 million to just under $3 million there in the middle of the pandemic. Very strong recovery to $19 million, not quite where we were before, and in that is a couple increases with regards to the rate itself, so 16% decrease over 5 years. And then last but not least, as you have heard our director of Silicon Valley Power talk about the cost of both purchasing power and producing power and the impact on rates, so that corresponding transfers that the general fund has helped us through those years. On the expense side, as I mentioned earlier, $17.2 million in savings on the expense side, of which about $14 million are related to our vacancy savings. We did have a hiring freeze throughout most of last year. That was lifted with the council's approval of the budget, and I'll talk about in the next slide just the progress we've made as an organization with regards to hiring. And then the third bullet here, $3.4 million, largely due to savings across both contractual services as well as supplies, services, and materials. So I want to switch gears here and highlight just the hiring efforts underway. I know during the budget process I talked about a lot of different vacancies across the organizations and the services in many of our departments that were impacted. Happy to report that our vacancy rate as an organization has dropped from about 16% to roughly 12%. And that is a good progress in a little bit over a 5-month period here. Active recruitments, we have about 100 positions, both full-time and part-time or as needed classifications underway. I'm sure the HR director can talk more about how busy her staff is. There are classification studies underway for 14 classifications, areas that have been difficult to hire. Both recommendations and studies in an effort to fill those positions. So on an overall hiring basis here, 60 new hires as well as 25 promotions over a roughly 4.5-month period here versus 26 separations. So still hiring at a pace quick enough to keep up with both separations and make headways into our vacancies. And that's a trend that we expect to continue as an organization. Now, with regards to the general fund dollars that were remaining at the end of last year, there's recommendations towards 3 projects, police and fire radios. These are public safety radios that we currently have. At the end of this year, they are no longer supported by the manufacturer, so this is a regional issue, and so we, working with our police and fire department, both cobbling up state funds that were granted very recently, as well as our fund balance. The gap here, $3.5 million, our recommendation to fund those very critical public safety and equipment. The second item here I talked about, we have ongoing efforts with regards to engaging our employees on public and workspace improvements around the campus. And then the third item here around our city-owned facilities downtown. Some very necessary HVAC, elevator, window repairs needed just to keep those facilities upgraded and maintained as the city does receive rent on those facilities. And then with regards to our general fund reserves, I mentioned the policies around these 3 reserves. Recommendation here to allocate $20 million. I know that we have over $500 million in needs. Our recommendation here is to set those aside in reserve, and then we will come back through the budget process along on recommendations how to allocate that out to very specific areas. Budget stabilization reserve here, $6.3 million of recommendation here, and $5.2 to the pension trust. And so what that does for our reserves, it takes the budget stabilization reserve up to about a 19% threshold. I mentioned our city council policy is at 25%, so heading in the right direction, but still more dollars needed there to set that aside. For a rainy day, capital projects reserve would increase up from $3.5 million here, funds about 4% of our unfunded needs, so additional work is needed to generate additional sources as well as on potential ballot measure options for November 2024. And then our pension stabilization reserve, roughly 5.3% of our unfunded liability there, $27.5 million. I just wanted to touch on some other city funds. I know we have about 70 other funds in the city, so these just a handful of interest to highlight here. Our electric utility, our directors, SVP Director Pineda had been before the council with regards to the high cost of producing electricity. That we had brought forward rebalancing actions during the year, and happy to report we did end the year with revenues matching expenses, so even. However, it did require some mid-year one-time balancing solutions to do that. Both in the sewer and water utilities, some unexpected expenses on the sewer side due to legal costs. Both revenues in both utilities were able to offset expenditures there. The convention center, a good news story because of activation at that facility as well as events, about $3.6 million exceeding our expectations, so that's good news related to that event. And then in the related Santa Clara Fund, this is a kind of a pass-through for some of the expenses on that large development project, actively working with them on reimbursing. This issue here is largely due to the timing of both invoices, the request for information, and so happy to report that over $1 million of that 1.7 has been recovered since the end of last year. Every year in this report, I bring forward a handful of budget appropriations that were exceeded. We have $1.5 billion of budget, thousands of appropriations. So happy to report only a handful, 15 appropriations here, totaling $4.4 million. A good bulk of those, 3/4 of those, are in the water and sewer funds. And as I mentioned earlier, revenues were available to offset those appropriations. An appropriation in the electric utility related to development work that's based off of a $20 million of an appropriation there, so exceeded our anticipated level of just the required development work. And then convention center as well as some other funds to round out the appropriations here. In the report before you, attachment 2 includes about 85 pages or so, hundreds of appropriations across all the city funds. It includes adjustments to our beginning and ending fund balances, includes adjustments based on the recommendations I mentioned earlier on the $36 million in the general fund, true-ups for our capital projects. Those projects don't stop on June 30th, so they roll over and continue after that. So we true up both capital projects, grants, donations, as well as some other items. So a lot of technical adjustments in there, are strong work by our budget staff to reconcile and true up each one of those items. So the recommendations before you, and number 1, note and file of our budget report. Number 2, approval of those amendments to last year's appropriations that were exceeded, as mentioned and included in attachment 1 of the report. Item 3, very specific recommendations around the $36 million. So the first 3 here, A, B, and C, around our 3 general fund reserves, as I mentioned in the report. Item D here, around our public safety radios. E, the recommendation for public and workspace improvement. F, an action around Commerce Plaza and Peddlers Plaza. And then item 4 here, just the remaining transactions within attachment 2 in the report. And so with that, I do want to acknowledge the hard work of our budget team led by our budget manager, Margaret McCann. A lot of countless hours over weekends and nights to get this report before you, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director Lee, and congratulations. We're going in the right direction. It's nice to see to start to fill up our reserves again. I just have to note for the record that item 5F is regarding Peddlers Plaza and Commerce Plaza, and my office is within 1,000 feet. So any discussion or action on that, I'll be abstaining on that part of it. But yeah, it looks like we're going in the right direction. The economy, at least in Santa Clara, is strengthening up. Not to pre-pandemic levels, but you've done an excellent job and your team has done an excellent job putting this report together for us. It's good news for the end of the year. So I'm going to start with council questions. Do council members have any questions on this? It's not showing. All right. Okay, Councilmember Jane. You too.
Thank you, Director Lee. That was good news. But I wanted to understand, we have a surplus of $36 million, and I think you said when we have a surplus, we should use that for one-time expenditures. And we still have what's called a structural deficit. Can you try to explain how we can have a surplus and a deficit at the same time? I think I might understand what it is, but maybe for the public, we should understand what that is. And then the general fund received $29.6 million from SVP, and that's basically a 5% cut off the top of our utility revenues that goes to our general fund. And that was $3.4 million over the estimate. But can you explain to me what percentage of that $29 million might come from our residents? You know, I understand the residents contribute very little to the total revenue of SVP. Could you maybe explain what that is? And, you know, that went up from 2018 to now by 39%, the revenues of SVP. So, and then I wanted to talk about something. So, my mother is 86 years old. She used to go to the gym every day before COVID happened. Then she stopped going to the gym. She didn't have all those daily social interactions. And she aged very rapidly with a lack of social interactions. And social interactions are very important for older people. So I know every meeting we have Jerry from the Lawn Bowling Association. Jerry, I think it's Patrignani or Patrigini at our meetings. And he comes, and I know this is a very important issue for Councilmember Becker, but he's been advocating for a new clubhouse for the Lawn Bowling Association where they can meet. And these are generally older people, seniors, they need the social interaction. And I think we've already set aside, can you talk, this is what my question is, don't we already have set aside some money to rebuild that clubhouse for the Lawn Bowling Association, but we need some more money? So I'm actually very eager to take some of this one-time money from the Capital Projects Reserve, it's $20 million, to build that clubhouse for them. And I think it would really help our seniors. So maybe you could speak to that, how much is already set aside for that. And they need the social interaction. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee, for presenting that. And I'm also very happy that we have a budget which is positive in a way, and 36.4 million is there to appropriate in a temporary basis. I know it's not a permanent fix for the timing. So I have two questions. If I do the math with the revenue and the expenses, our revenue is 286.7 million, and the expenses 271.4 million. So the net difference comes out to be 15.3 million. Can you please explain, like, we are seeing a difference of $15.3 million in the revenue and the expense, but we have a surplus or extra money to be appropriated of around $36.4 million. I just want a little bit more explanation on that. And my second question is, we had a substantial savings from our vacancy rate from the budgeted vacancies we had in the 22-23. So can you please let me know what was the number exactly we saved in this year? I know we cannot say that as a saving because if we have a recruitment done in next year, all of that money will be needed to expand basically. So those are my two questions, but I'm happy with the financial position where the city is right now, keeping in view where we were a few years back. Thank you.
Hands don't work. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I appreciate that you made the point that this is a one-time situation and we are trying to find one-time expenses. it might be helpful to our public to understand why these are one-time amounts that we have, and that we cannot make this an ongoing situation. Obviously, we're thrilled to be able to put back some of our rainy day fund, which we did raid desperately during our struggles during the pandemic. I also appreciate, because not everyone may understand why radios would be so expensive, but I serve on that committee and know that those radios are part of a system that allows our police and fire and all first responders in different jurisdictions throughout the South Bay to talk to one another. This came out of the realization during 9/11 that that was part of the problem, is that there was no communication, and then this system was put together, and now the radios, which are about $7,000 a piece, if I remember right, are now going to be obsolete, and we're going to have to replace those so that we could, during a major situation such as a horrible earthquake, that we'd be able to talk with one another and respond to our residents' needs. So I appreciate that. Mostly I want our residents to understand why we're smiling, because it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be, but we still have that very large capital needs, that the 20 million is a drop in the bucket. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Hardy. She brought up about capital needs, and that's kind of an important issue in the city, especially when you've seen a lot of our facilities that the way they are. Councilmember Jane basically brought up something that I've been passionate about for a very long time, and I kind of want to follow up a little bit for his questions and kind of my questions to you. Where I know that there was money put aside before. I know it was for a modular type building. They were looking at a modular type building because it was the most cost effective and the cheapest. I know that there was some also lingering costs that would need to be included. I think former interim city manager Rajiv Batra spoke about that just a little bit, saying that there's a little bit of needs that need to be accommodated. And so I want to know what those accommodating needs might be, because if we go back to the capital improvements, we have such big things, a large plate full of things that need to be done. But if we can do something really small that might make a difference or increase people's quality of life here, especially among the senior community, because it's really heartbreaking to hear what seniors go through when they don't have that type of interaction or communication. So I would like to know what those lingering costs were, how much money that we had in the fund already, and what will get this to basically get this out the door and maybe see something done over there and maybe improve the quality of life of our seniors in our community.
Any other council member? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report, Director Lee. Very good news, and also very glad to hear how well the convention center is doing and responding, gradually coming back and actually exceeding goals. I have a couple of questions. You mentioned about the radios that are obsolete and need to be upgraded. Is it possible that they or does the city or the police department have a policy to maybe sell them or to an area where they might be very valuable elsewhere, so that that we're at least getting something, the city would or the police department would receive something back. You mentioned about the concern about the Omicron virus, and so I know we've made tremendous progress in terms of getting ahead of COVID, but at the same time there's still some things lingering out there. So because it had such an impact on our rainy day funds, it seems like it would be productive to take what we have right now and to save that money, that $36 million, for a rainy day until we actually know that we're out of the woods. The final thing is, I know we've talked about a bond measure for possibly next November, and that could be used for community activities like, say, the lawn bowling, a clubhouse, and obviously a lot of other interests that would benefit the community. So instead of spending the money that we have right now, again, putting it towards the rainy day fund, and then just looking towards a bond measure, is that a possibility instead of using these one-time monies? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for the questions, the good questions that are here. I'd like to add to some of those as well, which is I understand, I am also concerned about getting as much use out of the radios, even the older radios, just because they're obsolete for a specific use doesn't mean they're useless. I know they're going to be handed down. Maybe if you can talk about that a little bit and how we're getting value out of the older equipment as well. I heard about lawn bowling and senior center. I also want to bring up swim center. I hear about saving for a rainy day funds. We have reserves for a reason, but how do we save for specific things like the swim center or earmark funds for these purposes? I always hear that we can't actually vote on this because future councils can cancel it out. And I think that, well, I have no problem with that. I have no problem voting for something and then having a future council, try to negate that because that'll be their decision, right? But I don't think that we should not support swim center and things like that because somebody in the future could, use those funds elsewhere. I'd like to also look at something beyond just lawn bowling, getting lawn bowling up and going. I know that we have a senior center. We have a really big senior center. But I do know that in San Jose has RFQs every couple of years to assign primary use of park community rooms to specific community groups. Some of them are focused on senior organizations or children, focused on education. And I would really like to see multi-generational centers in every district so that you don't have to go to one place. It doesn't have to have everything that the senior center has. It'd be really nice if we have area libraries, that we also have area senior centers so that people on the north side can go to a senior center without having to go down to one place and overrun. I know that that's a little bit of a luxury, but I think that's a luxury that we should provide to people that are a little bit older. I do know that we have community rooms at each of the parks. I think the residents should know that you can rent out these community rooms. But at the same time, I'd like to look at what the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods group in San Jose is doing when they assign primary use to certain communities, certain organizations, and those organizations run those rooms for specific projects. Thank you very much.
All right, I think that's it. Ken, do you need some time for some of those questions, City Manager? When you're ready, then. Before we go to the public, you can
Either way, I could
take a crack at
handle
it.
them now. Just going through my notes. So there were a couple questions around the $36 million excess funds and the structural deficit and what's the difference. So I just want to take a moment to explain what we do in our finance and budget team. So every year I put out a 10-year general fund forecast that based on our best information, working with both consultants and economists on all our hundreds of items in our general fund. Based on our best information, what's our projected revenue, what's our projected expenses, and if our expenses exceed our revenues, that's our deficit situation. And so at the last iteration of our budget forecast, from one year to the next, our structural deficit went down from 27 million roughly, which means our expenses exceeded our projected revenues on an ongoing basis, roughly about $27 million, and then went up and down over those 10 years to about $9 million. And that was largely due to the recovery from the pandemic. Back in the earlier iteration of that forecast, we were shut down. We had a lot of travel that had stopped. We had different variants of the pandemic. So it was very uncertain in terms of how that recovery was going to happen. And so in our last 10-year forecast, things got better. Our structural deficit improved from 27 to 9. And so because that was in the middle of last fiscal year, the budget numbers were based off of a time when we didn't know what that recovery was like. And so that $36 million or so was the result of a partial recovery on our revenues to the tune of about 20 million or so. And then we had controls in place throughout the organization on our hiring, on our spending because of that deficit. And so that materialized at the end of the year to the net $36 million. Those are one-time dollars because on an ongoing level, when we revised our forecast, we factored in that recovery. And so hopefully that $9 million, as we revise that forecast again over the next 2-3 months, hopefully that'll continue in the right direction from a trend perspective. Councilmember Chahal asked about just the specific revenue and expense numbers, and doing the math, there was roughly a $15 million difference. And so the swing to get to 30 is because when we started the year, when we started 22-23, we were in a deficit situation. We had projected to use $20 million in reserve, but how we ended the year actually had revenues exceeding expenses. So it was the $15 million of revenues over our expenses plus the reserves that we had planned to use, and because of our performance, we did not need to use that. That resulted in the 36. So largely our recommendation here is to put a bulk of those dollars back to reserves as we had planned to spend, but did not need to use it in that year. There was a question, Councilmember Jane, you asked about the SVP transfer. How much of that's from our residents? I got a text here from our Director Pineda, and he says 6% of that is from residents. The bulk of that revenue is generated from our commercial industrial base, our large customers. So very little, 6%, or doing the math here, roughly $2 million out of that 30 are generated from residents. There was a couple questions and feedback around the lawn bowling, and I wanted to provide some history, some context, and then if there's additional information, either from the city manager or from the department, I welcome their input. But I know this issue was before the council numerous times. We did have a set aside for replacement of the trailer out there. I believe it was $150,000 to $200,000 in the budget that was set aside a handful of years ago. We did study based on a different scope. Our Parks Department worked with our Public Works Department to determine what would it take to construct a facility out there. Back in 2017 dollars, the estimate came back at $750,000, so that left a gap of about $525,000 or so, give or take. Now, cost escalations have increased since that time, so it would require a bit more than that $525,000, and probably if the direction here is to study that, would work with our Public Works Department on that. I do also want to note that I know that with regards to that potential ask there, that several efforts have been either undertaken or are planned with regards to all the amenities at Central Park. There's a lot of different needs at Central Park, what's located. And so master planning efforts are underway, have been planned. I know talking with the department, it would be important to consider the overall plan of the Central Park facilities, as well as swim center, park space, and use of community spaces. And so that's an important consideration. And the council, either through the budget processes in May, can determine based on the long list of city priorities for infrastructure whether there's set aside any dollars or on any given Tuesday. But the recommendation here is to set that aside into a reserve, and through the budget process and priority setting session, float that. So that's what I know. I don't know if city manager or Parks wants to add to that before I continue on some of the other questions.
Thank you, Director Lee. Let me just expound upon that briefly. So I would really encourage the City Council to utilize our capital budgeting process, which staff is underway at right now, and we will be bringing you a proposed capital budget in just a few months for action in June. And it's just important to note that the council should really look holistically at all of the needs. Important to note that of the $20 million we're setting aside, that will bring our capital projects reserve, as per the finance director's slide, to $23.5 million. So what that really means is right now, without that, we have $3.5 million set aside for all of our general facilities in a city with billions of dollars worth of infrastructure. And so our challenge financially is every time when we do the operating budget, things are left on the table. And this city, like every city, makes very hard decisions about what programs and services to put forward. And oftentimes what's left is long-term funding to set aside for capital improvement projects for facilities we have, as well as to add new facilities. And so even by allocating $20 million, that's only 4% of our known needs, which we know is $571 million, and that number is a few years old. And I'll just even add to that, that's our what we often refer to as our known knowns, meaning we know that they're a need and we've studied them. We have known unknown needs, which is we know that it's a problem, but we haven't been able to study it and put a number on it, as well as unknown unknowns where we know that there are problems under the ground with our irrigation systems, but we haven't been able to study that and put a number on that. And so I would just encourage the city council, while $20 million may sound like a lot of money and it may sound like enough to do one project, you really should take a holistic look at all of the needs that you have before you.
Okay, I think there were several other questions I want to touch on that came up. And so I know there was a comment on rainy day funds and our impact from COVID. And I do want to just highlight that over the course of our pandemic years, we as a city used over $90 million in one-time sources. So that was very important, very critical, a combination of 3 different general fund reserves and our stimulus money. So it was instrumental to preserve services and keep our residents safe during those years. It's important to build those back up. And so in years like tonight, where there's some extra dollars, now it doesn't fill back all the buckets that we had in the past. We were at a peak of over 25% in our budget stabilization reserve. The recommendation before you would bring that to about 19%. So still some ways to go, but absolutely in the right direction. Councilmember Chahal, you asked how much savings from vacancies. In my slide, roughly $14 million in vacancy savings last year. I anticipate there will be potentially some dollars this year, but as hiring has accelerated, we will not see that level of vacancy savings this coming year. But very important strategy overall last year, given where we're at with the budget. There were some questions with regard to radios, and I do want to talk about that and would welcome any addition by our public safety team. But we work very closely with the police and fire management to ensure they have the equipment that they need to operate on a day in and day out basis. And so when this need came up and the price tag came up, I kind of jumped because it was such a large dollar amount. So they were very creative in applying for state funds, for grants, as well as looking to existing funds to fund those. And so the gap that remains, the 3.5, would replace the radios that are set to expire from support at the end of this year. Very good questions by council members on the use. What do we do with the radios we use today? You're right that they will still be used. While not supported, they will still function, and over time, as those devices break, we'll age out of this, our inventory. But what we do with those, we allow other departments as well as the stadium to use those radios. It's more cost effective to use that inventory in places like the stadium, where there's roughly 10 or so football games and a handful of events, rather than buy brand new ones, to still use good radios that work, as well as our other departments, our public works departments, our park departments, where those radios would be important in an event of an emergency to communicate, as Councilmember Hardy mentioned, with other jurisdictions. Those are critical pieces of information so that our public safety staff can communicate in a crisis on a day in and day out basis. There was a comment and a question just around the bond measure. We did have a study session, Councilmember Watanabe, on both revenue measures as well as bond measures to address the very large capital infrastructure need. We will come back early next year with regards to some more specifics, but absolutely, we do need a bond, some infrastructure at Central Park, like a joint use facility, as well as many of the other amenities in Central Park, like aquatics, would qualify under a potential bond, but it, all would depend on both polling or education results, as well as priorities dictated by our community or our council as far as what could go into that bond. But absolutely, that bond would make a significant dent in terms of our unfunded infrastructure, and a lot of those amenities at Central Park would qualify. I think I got all the questions. If I missed any, happy to follow up. And I don't know if City Manager, you have additional information you want to add.
I think there was a question by Councilmember Park around saving for capital project needs, and the response there is we should tackle that through our annual budgeting process and through actions like we're doing today, which is when we have one-time funds, set those aside. But certainly during our operating budget conversations, we can talk about policy to potentially set aside a portion of general fund revenues for long-term capital improvement projects, as well as where we are now, it's really going to require additional funding, which is why we're talking about a potential capital or infrastructure funding measure on the November 24 ballot.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Lee. I'm going to go to the public now. Does anybody have a comment they would like to make on this item, the year-end budget report? Anyone here? Please come forward if you'd like to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of Council. Observed the part of the discussion, and the question was any creation of like a shelters in case of the earthquake or other events, was it a part of the budget planning? And also, was it a part of the budget planning using satellite communication like Starlink or something in case of the emergencies?
Thank you. We'll take questions and comments after the public presentations. Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to thank city staff for presenting, and I've been a city resident for my whole life, and I just want to say I really appreciate all the things that have been done, because I see all the changes that are happening with the city roads and the traffic signs and the signals and even the structures that we're seeing, and I'm noticing it. And I just want to say that I'm seeing it and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Paz. I own real estate in zip code 95051. In regards to the budget, having a surplus is a very good problem to have. I urge you to keep it. If we learned anything from the last COVID crisis, is that we can no longer anticipate everything. Please do keep it as a reserve fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Gulet. I noticed that Santa Clara, we don't allow panhandling for the homeless population, but yet looking at the project, the budget, I was kind of hoping that one of you guys question if there's any solution or anything that we're addressing for specifically the homeless population and those folks who are suffering it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Do we have anyone online? Or is that for another issue? So,
not sure.
Peace for All, is that on this issue? Peace for All? You're muted?
No, it's on another issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, is it for this issue, Ryan, on the budget?
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure that we still have time for the...
Yes, we will after we finish the council part of this, yes. I don't know what time that'll be, but yes. Monica, is it on this issue, on the budget?
Oh, no. And
Okay.
another thing that happened is I had my hand up since like the meeting started, but I got kicked out. So I had to
That's we stopped it. We went about 2 hours and then stopped, and we're going to re-engage public presentations after our council meeting, during the council meeting, but later. So, we'll come back. Thank you. Kashif, is it on this budget item? Kashif? You're muted? No. Hello?
Yeah, are we still on the Palestine issue?
No, we're on a budget item.
Okay.
Okay,
This is for Palestine.
stay tuned. Okay, thank you. All right, so I don't see any other comments. Councilmember Jane? Oh, I'm sorry.
So we talked today about the budget, and I understand that our swim team needs a budget, and we're trying to open apparently a senior center. I want to speak about Santa Clara specifically and how much of our tax monies go to funding Israel's weapons. So as of right now, we have 1 million.
I'm going to ask that, well, I don't know, city attorney, this is on the budget.
It is the budget.
But we don't fund Palestine from here, from this budget.
So Santa Clara, the taxes?
No. Okay. So what should I do, city attorney? Should I let her speak, or is this for public presentations later? It's not on the topic.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, it doesn't sound like it's on the topic.
Okay.
There is not tax money from City of Santa Clara that would possibly, be used for that purpose. So it'd probably be more appropriate for you to speak on the
I'll
issue
keep it
when
to
it's
public
brought
comment.
back.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I still want to focus on this lawn bowl issue. I hear the city manager, and I understand that there's lots of needs, lots of capital needs, lots of projects. I personally think that the lawn bowl is a much smaller piece than the swim center. The swim center could be a $50 million project, and we would need a bond for that. But I agree, we should do it comprehensively, but what I would ask staff to do is to go redo the numbers for what it would take for the lawn bowl and come back to us when we come to this process of the budget for next year to see how much it would cost and how much is in reserves. And then we could decide our budget priorities at that time.
City manager? I'm also wondering, there was the gentleman that had some of the questions. I'm wondering, thank you, Director Lee. City manager specifically on that?
In the time between now and when we are bringing the city council a capital budget, we can take the number that was generated in 2017 and inflate that based on either inflation or construction cost. However, it's important to note that to get a number that we can rely on, that will take some engineering studies that would take longer than the time we have, but certainly we can come back with a ballpark number for the city council to consider during your capital budget process.
Thank you. Director Lee?
No, absolutely. I appreciate the questions by the audience. And if I understand the first question correctly, does the budget include money for shelters during a large, like an earthquake, for example? And so I do want to highlight that we do have a very organized emergency operations center at the city. We have an emergency services director whose job is to find and know that in the event of any crisis, such as an earthquake, there are facilities for residents to go to if they feel unsafe. We partner with schools and a lot of other regional centers that would be identified as locations for the community in an event of something like an earthquake. There was the follow-up comment with regards to communications and Starlink. I will say the radios that are recommended that are in the report before you are to allow our public safety, police, and fire departments to communicate during an emergency using very specific frequencies that are dedicated for emergency response. So in a crisis environment like an earthquake, these radios are the ones that are essential for our public safety staff to communicate and talk to each other. There's a question around homelessness, and so in the budget every year we do have set-asides around both homelessness, low-income, affordable housing. The council has approved in the past both rental assistance through the pandemic, some of the tools necessary for homelessness. Now there's a bigger need than we have resources to address, but both through federal funds, through our housing division and our community development department, as well as the county has a lot of resources available for homelessness. Those are the areas in both our budget as well as our county budget that is focused on homeless services.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So what Councilmember Jane is asking for, would that have to be in the form of a motion as a separate item on this agenda? Or would that be something that just given direction to the city staff?
City Manager.
If a majority of council would like to make a motion, you can do so, and that will provide clear direction.
Okay, thank you. So first, I'm going to say my first motion is to note and file the fiscal year 2022 to 23 budget year-end report.
I'll second that.
Do they have to be taken one at a time? Can it be taken collectively with all of the?
Okay, I thought we had to do it
20
separately.
items?
Because you had one item that you had to recuse on, Mayor, so I just want to make sure.
Well, I'll just vote with noting my recusal.
Oh, you'll just auto, okay,
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
I can handle that.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion to take the whole thing, staff recommendation, as well as include the, well, I'll let Councilmember Jane do it.
You just want more information on the cost of a lawn bowling facility in Central Park, correct? Right.
right.
Just add that in, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Is there a second on the motion?
I second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for staff recommendation with the inclusion of looking at getting more costs for replacing the lawn bowl facility, the building in Central Park. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some comments, and I'll be supporting the motion. And on that bowling part of it, I would also like to second that this thing has been coming up since 2017, when I first got into the council, and that has been punted since then. And I think if Director Lee mentioned at that time, we only had a gap of around $500,000. And you know, the delay breeds inflation, and that $500,000 probably will be more than $2 million right now. And we should have taken that thing on a priority at that time. That was a requirement of the senior community and one of the important members of the community and segment of the community. And I would support that if we can prioritize during our council goal setting, and from a CIP we can take that. That would be my friend. But on the other side, as my comment, like I'm so glad that out of the four major heads, basically property tax, sales tax, transit-oriented tax, and Silicon Valley Power, we have reached much above the pre-COVID levels, like property tax almost 45% than the pre-COVID, and sales tax 10% above the pre-COVID, and Silicon Valley Power 39% pre-COVID. That's a good news, and it's a good work done by everyone. And I also want to commend the staff who has done a tremendous job during all these years. Despite one of the highest rate of vacancy, we have done really reasonably very well providing the services to our residents. So I want to commend staff that they have done in these circumstances with all the vacancies, they've done a great job. So with that, and I hope our projections for the sale tax and other TOT, like TOT is the one which is still 16% down, but I hope we can catch up, and the revenue on TOT will pass our pre-COVID levels soon, hopefully with all the events happening and major events happening in the city of Santa Clara. So with that, and hopefully the future projections are better, I'll be supporting the motion, and thank you for doing all this thing. I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Park?
Thank you very much. I do agree. I think that we need to take some of the priorities more immediately, because again, waiting time kills all projects. Time makes things more expensive, especially in this economy. I had a comment about multi-generational rooms using or making use of our community rooms in larger parks or different parks. I would like to see that in a comprehensive plan, not just for the Central Park Master Plan, but something for the city in general. Like, again, I know that the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods department in San Jose has a program where they will give primary use to different organizations, and those organizations are chosen based on the programs and the services that they provide. And I would just like to see something like that so that we get a little bit more engagement for the rooms that are here. I think that usage of those rooms would help us maintain them better, and hopefully would get a lot more community input or community involvement in more services for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. I think it's a good use of our funds the way the staff has recommended. I think it's so important to fill back up our reserves. Had we not had the healthy reserves that we had, we wouldn't have been able to make it through the pandemic and help the community. I mean, we ended up being in the food distribution business in our city, amongst other things. We tried to do as much as we can. So I will feel much better when our reserves are filled as much as possible. You know, the lawn bowling building has been talked about well before 2017. I think it was well before I was on the council. One of the things that we have to look at things, you know, globally here in our city in terms of where we want to put our income. One of the things that came up with the lawn bowling facility was there was very few people and not all Santa Clara residents using that facility, and we were going to put in, you know, over $1 million into it. So we really have to look at how we spend our money carefully with all the needs that we have in the community and really get robust community input before we start spending money. So I'm, you know, more than happy to talk about capital projects at the right time when we're talking about budget and our priority sessions and other things, because, you know, we can all think of a bunch of priorities, but at the same time, we have to be fiscally responsible. So thank you to City Manager, Finance Director, and everyone in the budget. This is good news, like we get money and we want to spend it, but I'd like to save it as well. So we have a motion and a second. City Clerk? Oh, we can't, so
No one sees it, okay.
roll call vote?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to item number 6, action to adopt a resolution approving and adopting updated salary plans for various as-needed classified and unclassified positions, including city manager, and approve various modifications to existing class specifications. There's no staff presentation, so do I have any council comments or questions on this? And this isn't a public hearing, right, City Attorney? This is not a public hearing. Is there anything
Public comment, but
special?
no formal public hearing, Madam Mayor.
It says mayor reads script. Is there a script somewhere that I'm supposed to read?
Yeah, the only requirement is, Mayor, that you fully read the recommendation before action is taken.
Did I read it? I did. All right.
The full details of the actual staff recommendation, yeah.
Okay, ready for this? All right. Adopt a resolution to approve the revised salary plans for various as-needed classified and unclassified positions, including the position of city manager, reflecting a 2% increase with a new annual rate of $413,157.48 to satisfy the requirements of California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5, effective December 24th, 2023. And approve revisions to the electric utility electrician, staff analyst 1 and 2, management analyst, and executive assistant class specifications.
Thank you, Mayor. That was your script.
All right, do I have?
Motion to approve?
Councilmember Hardy?
I turned on my light to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation by the staff over the salary revisions.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Hall. Do I have any public comment on this? Seeing none? City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, item number 7, action on written petition, Council Policy 030 for council consideration on a policy to normalize and make consistent speaking at public events and consider a policy to include powers for council members to declare proclamations in their respective districts. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I brought forward to this petition mainly because there is a lot of policy, a lot of, I guess, specifics and details, and I guess the devil's in the details. So I wanted to make sure that we have a consistent policy, so for whoever the council members are on this city council, that they have the ability to speak at events, they have the ability to also do proclamations. I know that this has been a very big issue for Vice Mayor Kevin Park, as well as Councilmember Rajda Hall, who has consistently talked about proclamation ideas as well. I think this is fair for the city council because I know that there is proclamations that certain members would like to do for certain members in their district. And I think that this is probably the most fair and transparent way of doing it is by having it through this method of the meeting. And I think it's just probably the best way for the future. I know Councilmember Jane brought it up during the last meeting, which is about governance and ethics. And governance ethics has basically kind of been jam-packed and time-consuming. At the same time, I think he also referenced bringing it to this meeting because of that time. So I see this as as it says on here, a way of normalizing council members to speak at public events. And, you know, I know that we do reference the charter a lot, but this is a way that we can also reference the charter, but also reference a council policy. I know that not every council member may not want to speak at an event. Not every council member may not want to have the proclamation, but at least the ability is there for any individual, either it's this council, future council, or 30 years from now, they have the ability to do this. So those are my thoughts about it. This is what I would like to see happen. And I would like to see council come up with that policy for both of the speaking at public events as well as declaring proclamations.
I assume this is subject to following the charter as well, correct?
Yes, it is, because I know that there is a lot of language in the charter that states that you have the role as ceremonial head of the city, so we do have to take into account what the charter does say, but at the same time, we do need to take into account that there are 6 other members of the city council that do have a voice and represent their districts. I know recently, Councilmember Park was at the Central Park I think it was the Magical Bridge event. It was taking place in his district. He wanted to say a few words, but there was something that was blocking him from doing it. It's basically the charter, as well as there is no official policy to do that. Well, here's the moment that we can create that official policy. So then people like Vice Mayor Park or other members of the city council would be able to speak not for 30 minutes, for an hour, but they have the ability to provide brief remarks or comments to the city, to their constituents, especially from their district. I know a lot of the council members here, some don't even know who their council members are. And at events like that, that kind of signifies who their council member is and who represents them. And I think Councilmember Park was very robbed of, Vice Mayor Park was robbed of those opportunities. And I think we should have some kind of process for anybody that does want to say. I'm not saying everybody up here is going to want to speak. It's just it's reserved right for them to speak. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I ask, are you suggesting that every council member speaks at every event?
Not every council member. It's if the council member chooses to. So for example, if staff's putting together a presentation or the agenda, they can ask council members, do you want to speak at this event? Do you have comments that you want to provide? Is there anything that's, I know that there's a new event coming up right now in the next week, which is the rideshare program between the city of Cupertino and the city of Santa Clara. That's something that Raj Chahal, Councilmember Chahal, worked really hard on to get this going here in the city of Santa Clara. If there was a policy, there's an opportunity for him to speak at these events when the staff ends up saying, hey, who wants to speak at this event? Let's put this agenda together so it could be on the agenda. You followed the protocol, but not every council member needs to speak. It's voluntary. It's optional.
So where is this policy?
So that's what we have to create tonight.
We're creating it now, tonight, city
yes,
manager?
that's
Is this
the
what
initial,
we
because
are-
I didn't know what way we should go on this, because there was so much information that probably not only myself would have, and I didn't want to commit a Brown Act violation by communicating with multiple council members that may have different points of view.
Okay, let me go down the list. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, this section of the charter was written well before we had districts. And in 2018, we had our first district elections, and district elections changed the city character quite a bit. And I've spoken to our city attorney. There are many sections of the charter that are frankly out of date. Eventually, we'll probably go to a comprehensive charter amendment process, which lots of cities do periodically. Santa Clara hasn't done one for a while. And I chair the Governance and Ethics Committee, and we've actually been marching through council policies and updating them. At the last Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, one of the policies hadn't been updated since 1992. So a lot of our policies are out of date and they need to be updated. And I'm pleased that Councilmember Becker is trying to update our city policies to reflect the fact that we're in districts now. And San Jose, they have districts, and their council members from those districts do these things. So I think it's just a matter of going with the times.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with us trying to come up with a policy right now. I'm trying to understand why this cannot be handled at the governance subcommittee and with that council members serve on, and can bring back a more substantial policy after hearing this discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Becker, for bringing this forward. I did a deep study of this topic, basically, and the two impacted council policy decisions are policy number 009 and policy number 020. So let's go back to the charter. I'll read through that. Mayor is the official head of all ceremonial purposes, just like she's the head of the council body president over the city council meeting. So what does ceremonial head means, basically? And I'll further read from the charter, because there is a confusion between somebody's taking say I'm the ceremonial head as per the charter, so I have absolute authority to stop anybody from speaking or stop anybody from participating in a city event. And that's what we are trying to resolve over here, that every council member, just like mayor is the presiding officer right now, but we all council members have a duty and right to speak. And similarly, if there is an event where the mayor is a ceremonial head, I think the council member of that respective district or particular council member who are advocated for that particular cause should be allowed to speak. But this was not being allowed to speak, basically. So our charter specifies the following: he, she shall perform such other duties as may be prescribed by this charter or as may be imposed by the city council, consistent with his, her office. Also, so it is dependent on the council policy, council powers, basically. She enforces these powers because of the council. Charter section 706 it says, all powers of the city shall be vested in the city council, subject to the provisions of the charter and to the Constitution of the State of California. So the absolute power lies with the city council. And the two policies which I am mentioning, the policy number 009, which dictates how the process should go, as well as the policy number 020, which is about proclamations, commendations, certificate of recognition, they're all dictated by the council. So this council as a body can revise those policies and can suggest staff to bring forward the changes we are requesting so that we have a smooth working within the council for that. So who is a ceremonial, what is a ceremonial role? And I would like advice from the city attorney on that. I did some search, and as per FPPC section 18942.3, here's the detail. A ceremonial role is an act performed at an event by the official as representative of the official agency at the request of the holder of the event or function, where for a period of time the focus of event is on the act performed by the official. Further, it states, the filing officer of the local jurisdiction may adopt specific policies under the definition of that either limit or expand the permissible ceremonial role for an official in local jurisdiction. So if the local jurisdiction is filing officer does not have policymaking authority, the legislative body may adopt a specific policy. And that's what exactly I'm saying, because there is a confusion between ceremonial role powers, and this clearly mentions that the city council can legislate the definition of these ceremonial roles. And I would like to have comment from the city attorney on this FPPC definition of this thing. So also, let me quote the section, City Charter 704.3. Powers and duties section 704.3D. The mayor shall exercise such other powers and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by the city council, provided that the same are not inconsistent with the charter. Again, full city council can revise, create policies in this respect. And that's what Councilmember Becker is asking, to revise those policies on that front. So keeping in view these things, I would highly suggest that we revise our council policy document 009 and 0020. That will maintain a harmonious relationship on this council as well as within the community for that purposes.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
I'll come back.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't understand this, these comments about the proclamation. We have the ability as council members to bring forth special orders of business at a before a council meeting, at the beginning of a council meeting. And I did it just last week with a young girl in my district who built a little library in her neighborhood. And it was an opportunity to acknowledge her hard work and just, have a mayoral certificate presented to her just to acknowledge her efforts, and have it here in City Hall before the council, before the audience. She was on live TV for everybody to see. I think it was a wonderful opportunity, and I don't see why other council members don't feel like they maybe feel like they can't do the same thing, but I think bringing people here to City Hall, you always have the opportunity to acknowledge them and serve them with a mayoral recognition. So I think that ability has always been available to every member of the council, as obviously with the mayor as well. I also agree that this is an issue that should go to the governance committee and for further discussion and coming up with a policy recommendation to later bring back to the full council for deliberation. One thing I will say, I mean, I understand the comment about having a district representative speak when there is like maybe a ribbon cutting, having that district representative speak. I understand that. But I will also add that people don't come to events to hear people speak all day long. They come for, there's a certain period of time relegated to the event, and that the key people that were significant to that particular project or whatever it was, or grand opening, you know, they have the ability to speak. I think that makes sense. But to just toss it out there that anybody can speak, it's just an abuse of the and it's which is why I feel like this should go to the governance committee for further deliberation. I have to laugh, though, listening to Councilmember Becker talk about communicating and not violating the Brown Act. I just want to make a comment about something that happened recently. You know, it's interesting hearing these comments about wanting to be able to speak. And not having the opportunity. Well, at the recent State of the City, there was, as part of the program, we have community members who receive awards. And there were videos prepared ahead of time so that description could be given to talk about the award for that each person from a district was going to be receiving. And so there was a video. Then there was the opportunity for the council member to go with the people receiving the award with the mayor, take pictures, and move along. Well, coincidentally, after I presented my award, council members Chahal, Hardy, Jane, and Vice Mayor Park all asked the mayor a question. And I found it very interesting because the mayor kept shaking her head no. And it was like, what's going on here? Well, it turns out later on, and a lot of people observed it as well, and also the smirks on some council members' faces as they walked away, that they were asking the mayor if they could speak. Now, it was not part of the program. But yet, despite knowing that there was a program in place, they had the opportunity to make a video and speak. In the video, they still put that pressure on the mayor to give them the opportunity to speak, even though it was not agendized, and 4 of them did it. So it was obviously a coordinated event, and which is obviously a violation of the Brown Act, because there were more than a council majority coordinating this event and asking the same question of the mayor at the State of the City. So. Seeing things like that have happened, and then having this come before us to talk about tonight gives me great concern, because I feel there are alternative motives, as there always have been since this council majority has been seated. So I would take pause in what's behind all of this, but at the same time, take it to governance, have it discussed, and make sure it's done in a way that is open and transparent and does not violate the Brown Act. Thank you.
I'll just make a couple of comments because I know we need to move on with this agenda. The mayor in the position of mayor, whether it's me or anyone else who follows me, the mayor is the head of the city for all, it says all ceremonial purposes, and usually that's declaring a proclamation, a commendation, a mayoral recognition. Those are the types of things. The mayor is the only position that's elected by the entire city. The rest of the city council is elected by district, so they can't proclaim something for the whole city, only their district, and that's fine. We have opportunities. For instance, we all can do a monthly City Hall newsletter. So I had to look up, because I look at what are opportunities for our council members to engage with their districts and talk about, what's special going on in their districts. So we all have the opportunity. There was a complaint. I was doing the City Hall newsletter as the mayor, my column. There was a complaint. The council members wanted to do it. So the city manager said, sure, we'll let you do a monthly City Hall newsletter. Then they complained because it wasn't distributed to the whole city. So the city manager, not the previous city manager, said, yes, we'll distribute it to the whole city. So everybody has a chance to do something in their district. So today I look back to see how many have taken advantage of this opportunity, which is a unique opportunity because it goes out to everybody. So I've done 22 newsletters every month since it's happened. Councilmember Watanabe has done 16. Councilmember Becker has done 8. Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor Park has done 2. Councilmember Chahal has done 2. Councilmember Jane has done 1. And Councilmember Hardy has never done 1. So talk about a unique opportunity to talk about your district and to highlight what's going on. That's a beautiful way to do it. So I recommend that if you want to do that, that you do that. Also, whenever a council member asks me for a proclamation or something for one of their issues, I don't think I've ever turned anyone down. Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can have this. Yes, you can have 50 copies of whatever and I'll sign them. So when you go into other cities, when there's city events, you have the mayor in every city that is the ceremonial head for practical purposes that speaks at events. Rarely, if ever, I've never seen it, do you see a bunch of council members speaking at an event, because as Councilmember Watanabe said, not everybody wants to hear everybody speak. So if we did that, that's fine. If that's what this council wants to do, we're going to look ridiculous when we do it. But we can do it. That's fine. But I just want to make sure whatever this council decides to do, that we follow what the charter says. And it's clear, because if you want to change a charter, it's a vote of the people to change it. And if you want to take away the ceremonial head of the city from the mayor, you have to go out to the people and they have to vote for it. But if you want to do other things, I'm reasonable, sure. If someone's in a district, wants to speak, you all want to speak, that's fine. I'll just keep saying, hey, they voted, they all wanted to speak at an event. You will not see a city doing that. You will not. So as much as my council wants to try to strip the powers from the mayor's office, the last time this policy was adopted about proclamations and other things was January of 21, and this council actually approved it. The entire council approved it. So yeah, I know that I have some opposition up here. There's no question about that. But this change, and it's not even thought out. It's like, let's talk about it right now. It should go to governance, where it has gone to governance in the past, but it didn't make sense, so it never came forward. But if you want to sit here and come out with a well thought out policy, but what was proposed was not well thought out. But all I'm saying to the city attorney, whatever happens, we have to follow the charter, and they cannot strip the duties of the mayor from me or this position that's in the charter. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to make it clear, we're not trying to strip your powers or your duties or anything. We're trying to empower this whole city council. When I hear words that you say, my council, that really worries me when someone says, my council or mine. This is our council. This is the Santa Clara's City Council. We are elected to represent all of them. I know that there was a mention about a Brown Act issue. I just wonder if that individual has proof of that Brown Act violation, because I never asked that question. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But funny that now she does clarify that. But I don't see any proof of that Brown Act violation. So unless I see any proof of that, then I guess it didn't happen. At the same time, I know you mentioned that we're not, just anybody's not allowed to go speak up there. We're not just anybody. We're elected officials for the city of Santa Clara. And when I see other cities have other council members or even county representatives all speaking at events, that tells me Santa Clara is different. And Santa Clara wants to keep it only one person talking at events. I'm not saying that, and the mayor says, oh, every council member is going to have to speak. It's optional. Not every council member, Councilmember Hardy probably won't want to speak at an event that takes place in District 4, but Councilmember Park might want to because he represents District 4. Or something that takes place in the whole entire city. Majority of this council may not want to speak, but maybe there's 3 members on this city council that find that's really close to home and they want to speak on the item. And I think it's just it's unfair that we have a mayor that considers constantly that it's my power, my power, my power. That's concerning when an individual keeps saying my power. We are not taking away any responsibilities or powers from the mayor. We are providing the opportunity for all council members to be represented. Now I'm going to go back to the state of the city. And the reason why is because in the past, when there was a prior majority on this city council, that's not the current so-called majority, there was council members that would speak at the state of the city. They would first talk about their district, what they've been doing, and then they would introduce their representative that they give the award to. That's changed. I brought that up at this last year about the state of the city. They said, oh, policy states this, but a precedent was already set in 2020 where the prior majority of this city council had the opportunity to talk to their council districts. And I know 2 council members that are on here, Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Hardy, both updated their districts. So why did we change that? It's because there's a new majority on this city council and someone wants to silence that new city council that is seated. Since day one, this has been the agenda. Since day one, I have made it my job to make this city more equitable, more accessible, and more transparent. And doing that today with this item right here, that's where we're going, is we're providing the opportunity for everybody to speak. And I know that it was mentioned, oh, a proclamation, comes from the mayor. Well, it should be able to come from a council member. It doesn't have to be a special order of business. I know there's been items in the past that Councilmember Chahal brought up where he's like, I want to do this proclamation, but not have to have it here at the City Hall chambers. It's something that he can do on his own and not behind the scenes, but an issue that's going to be done without having to be in the public consistently. So going back to what Councilmember Chahal was stating about policy 009 and 0020, that is something that I will say that the reason why, I know you're going to say I didn't do my homework, but there's something that we had to talk about here that I wasn't allowed to go talk to other council members about that would commit a Brown Act violation. So what we're doing here tonight is we're coming up with a consensus, an idea, and then we're going to, my idea is to direct either staff to come up with that recommendation or that language for those updates to that policy. So again, we're not trying to strip away your power. We're not trying to take anything away. The constant gaslighting has got to stop because it's constantly making it look like we're doing something wrong, but we're not. We're trying to be fair. And when people say my council, that concerns me. It's their council. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, so much to say. We'll just get into it. I find it odd that the mayor had to look for opportunities for the council to engage with the public. I mean, the question I have is why isn't every event an opportunity to engage with the public, just like council members do in every other city around us? I've seen other city council members in other cities and city events, and even events that aren't even in their city, ask other council members. I've seen mayors from Fremont, mayors from Sunnyvale and Cupertino ask their council members not just to participate, not just here they came here, but come up here, because I want you to be part of the city picture. I want to give you the opportunity to address the people that are here. And it's not just city council members. Like, we've had a state of the city where we invited people from, we had representatives from state assembly, we had representatives from supervisors, we had people come. They were just acknowledged in the audience. They weren't even allowed to come up and show their faces. In the audience, we said, hello, they're out there. I've never seen this in other cities. In other cities, Chamber of Commerce and other things, they bring them up. They welcome them to the stage. They give them an opportunity to just say hello. It's not they're going to give a 10-minute speech, just a simple, hello, I'm here, thank you very much. I've seen proclamations from other cities signed by every single council member, not just the mayor. I feel like this is what used to happen. It's funny, I speak at many more events, I speak at more city events outside of Santa Clara than inside Santa Clara, including my own district. State of the city, like I wanted to talk to people. I mean, when people say they're coming to an event, it's often a time to say, oh, this person's going to this event. I would love to just say hello to them or ask them something. And in fact, at the State of the City, there were a couple of people that showed up from outside the city that I said, oh, after this event, I want to go and I want to say hello to them, ask them something, and I couldn't find them. And two of the people I talked to basically said, oh, I left almost immediately. I said, why did you leave? And they said, well, first of all, we were just window dressing. We weren't really asked to do anything and to participate. But the entire State of the City vibe felt like a fascist propaganda film with some person with the leader giving a speech and all the generals and all the people sitting silently in the background. And I said, well, I never really thought of it that way, but looking back at it, it says, well, it's kind of true. And I understand why during COVID we had to pre-record videos for our awards presentations, but I don't understand why we had to do it this year. I don't understand why we couldn't give our awards and congratulations and, live. I don't know why, just like other cities did. Like we did everything to deprive us of live voice at this event. And it's really a question about democracy. We have to think about this. I mean, it would kind of be unnecessary if the city manager, if the manager's office took a different stance on inclusiveness, right? But the stance that's currently being taken is, if it's not explicitly allowed by charter, then it's disallowed. And I think that doesn't make any sense. If it had to be allowed explicitly, then our charter would be the biggest document in this nation. I think that it's not specific for lots of reasons. And I think that the stance that we could take is, if it's not explicitly disallowed, then we should be able to consider it. Right? But because we don't want to do that, and because we have a mayor who wants to rule by charter, it has to be explicit. We're gonna fight for every single ability, every single thing that we can do. We're gonna fight for it and explicitly put it into the charter. That doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense that we're able to work with each other and say, this isn't explicitly in there, it's not explicitly prohibited, but we like this idea, we want to be inclusive, we want to include the other council members in council events, in city events, and we can do this, right? Again, the charter is not supposed to explicitly state every ability that's here. And I, as a resident, argued way back in 2018 that once we go to districts, we're going to have to change a lot of things, because we're going to have a city that understands that districts are more than just about how we vote. And now we have district representatives. We had a question, why don't you just tell us? Why don't you just bring everything up in front of us? And the short answer is, I've gone to places, I've gone to Memorial Day events, I've gone to Veterans Day events where I was the only person from Santa Clara at that event. I've been to lots of events where I was the only person from Santa Clara at that event. And I try to make it very clear, I'm not saying hello from Santa Clara, I'm saying hello as Kevin Park, District 4, Santa Clara, because I don't want to speak for the city. But I think I've seen other people go in and they say, well, hello, from San Jose, hello from Sunnyvale, hello from Cupertino. And I think that these are the small things we shouldn't even have to worry about. Like, why can't we say hello for who we represent? We're not talking for the city. I mean, when we give proclamations, I feel like, well, what if the majority of council doesn't agree with the proclamation? We don't get a chance. We don't get a choice to agree or disagree. In fact, we don't often know who we're giving a proclamation to until the council meeting. These are the things that we really need to change. And again, I think that it would be really easy to just have a different stance on inclusiveness. If it's not disallowed, then let's have a discussion, let's talk about it. But if we need a policy, if we need a charter, we need a line in the charter for every single thing that we want to do, it sounds kind of ridiculous. But that's kind of the path we're going on. And that's why I don't want it to go to governance. I don't want it to go to governance directly, because like, I think that's the wrong idea. This is about democracy. This is about how do we get this done, not, well, I want you to come back to me with something explicit because, well, it's not allowed explicitly. This is the wrong direction, everyone. I think that if the Constitution had to lay out every single thing that you could possibly do, that's not what the Constitution's for. That's not what the Charter's for either. And I really wish we understood this. If we had a mayor, if we had a council that was much more inclusive, we wouldn't even need to have this discussion. But unfortunately, and you've seen it, the tree lighting, state of the city, even here, even the defenses of, well, these are the 3 areas that people can contribute. You just chose not to. We could have contributed to every single event. We just weren't allowed. Thank you.
Councilmember Chall.
Thank you, Mayor. So the proclamations are issued on behalf of the City Council. And I think in the past, all the City Council members used to sign it. But we used to sign the common letters from this dais, where the letters used to be circulated, and we used to sign out those
You
letters.
just said proclamations, not letters.
Okay. So, but they are issued on behalf of the council. So if the council is requesting that they should be able to sign it, why not get it signed from the council, basically? Yeah, and nobody is denying that mayor is the ceremonial head of the city. We are not denying that. We are just asking for a inclusive participation on this thing, basically. That's it. And mayor mentioned that, if they want to speak, they can speak. This is a 180-degree turn. There have been instances when the council members have requested that we want to speak on that particular event. Only few council members, not all council members, and they were outrightly refused, no, you cannot speak. Because this is a ceremonial event, I'm the one who will set up the agenda, I'm the one who dictate these things. And there have been instances. The council member over here can confirm that. So my request is all proclamations should be signed by all the city council members. Any commendations, if requested by a council member, they should also be signed by the mayor as well as the council member concerned who is requesting those commendation certificate of recognitions. And this was also refused by the mayor, that no, this is only ceremonial, my power, you cannot sign it. So given an instance like if I'm requesting a commendation or certificate of recognition for somebody in the community, and I'm going to present where mayor is not even there, it looks good that it's coming from the mayor as well as from the council member, but mayor refused, no, you cannot, I'm the only one to sign it. So this problem would not have been here if it was inclusive and it was a solution which we did not face all these problems. There's a reason for this thing coming over here, having this discussion among all of you, because we want a solution to these things. Now, there's a, within our 020 policy, every council member should get a report of all the proclamations, commendations, certificate of recognition to be issued after a year. So that communication is fully broken up. So mayor has been issuing proclamations, and only two people on this dais have been attending those things outside of this chamber, basically. None of the other council members even knows what is going on. So that communication breakup should be resolved as soon as possible, because there are council members who are sitting over here who should all be involved in decision-making. All the proclamations are issued on behalf of the council. So if we need to revise these proclamations, commendation, all council members should be allowed to sign those things, and it should be brought forward to each and every council member should be informed of communication that this proclamation is going to be issued. If some council member doesn't want to sign, that's okay, let them refuse it, but options should be given to them. And this should be communicated in time, in real time, before the proclamation is issued to anybody outside this city council chamber, that, hey, on behalf of city council, these proclamations are being issued. please come attend the event, or if you want to. So those are the changes we are requesting, and those are very reasonable changes for this council to work cohesively. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say for my own sake that all of the policies, proclamations, commendations, mayoral recognitions that are in place have been in place for decades and decades. This is not something I did. I was sitting as a council member under 3 other mayors. They did the same thing. And there was no outcry ever for anything. So I didn't create this at all. So the council, because they have a majority, they can make the changes they want to make, and that's fine. I just want to tell everyone that this has been going on in Santa Clara for probably 100 years. So the mayor has been the head of the city for ceremonial purposes. Like in any city, on a state of a city, it sounds like there was a lot of hard feelings on the state of the city, even though every council member was able to select someone and honor someone with a video and present them their award on stage. You'd have a hard time finding a city where the mayor doesn't give the state of the city. That's always the mayor that gives the state of the city. I had probably 15 or more elected officials at my state of the city from other cities supporting me, giving the state of the city. And I've gone to other state of the cities, bunches of them. It's always the mayor that gives it. So I don't know where everyone's been, but that's usually the case. So I'd say council, do whatever you're going to do. It's just that I want to make sure that the charter is followed. That's all. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, going back to the state of the city, we were basically video footnotes, and I don't know how you explain what happened in 2020, where basically the majority that you claimed, Councilmember Watanabe, Councilmember Davis, Councilmember O'Neill, even Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Chahal was there. They all provided updates to their constituents. And then they also provided the awards.
Would you like me to answer that?
No, I'm just wondering, did you forget
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, sure, if you can answer
All
really
right,
quick.
in 2020 was the pandemic, so we didn't have a State of the City in person. So I asked each council member, hey, would you like to give something on your district? I ended up giving three speeches because several council members did not give an update. So I ended up doing that, but it was all taped. We did it over a 2 or 3 day period. And some council members stuck to it. They talked about their districts. Other council members did their own state of the city of the whole city. It didn't work. And I had to do three of the districts that time. And that was one and done during the pandemic. So
I just want to clarify.
I wanted to answer it because you brought it up twice.
Thank you. But I just wanted to clarify, I think it was only 2. It was Debbie Davis and your own proclamation, because I know Teresa O'Neill was there.
And Patricia Mahan did not do her district. I had to do hers as well.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to get clarification on that. But again, we're coming back to, I'm not trying to take any of your power away from the state of the city. It's happened in the past. To me, it seems like it was a precedent. And then suddenly now the council, I don't want to say it's the council majority change. A new city council was seated, and suddenly now it's, let's silence the opposition. Let's not let them talk. Let's not let them say anything. I mean, I know you shake your head on that, but my thing is this: let's normalize it. And I'm going to make this guarantee to you tonight. I guarantee you that you're not going to lose your power. You won't lose your charter ability, and you're still going to be the star and the person who gives the entire state of the city. We're not trying to take that away from you. We're trying to basically, what's the word? I think you shouldn't be opposed to this. Spread the wealth is the word I'm using for. Spread the wealth. And I think as an inclusive city council and an inclusive city, I don't think this should be a problem. So I'm going to make a motion right now. And my motion is to direct staff to basically come up with a new policy for policies 009 and 020 to update those policies, to normalize the new city council, new district way of election, and a way of elected officials to address their residents. That includes proclamations signed by all council, accommodations, also looking into communication breakup, because I do know what Councilmember Chahal was talking about, where we find out a day or two later on one of the mayor or the Councilmember Watanabe's Facebook posts that something happened that we didn't know about. And it just seems that it's a very pigeonholed, narrow point of view of not being inclusive and accepting to everybody. I know other cities where their councils are very divisive. A specific example in Cupertino, yet they share the time and they share the wealth. They are fair and they are transparent. And I think that to me is professional. So my motion is basically for staff to take whatever we've said here tonight in our testimonies and what we want to see in this policy and create these adapting policy 009 and 020 that will then be brought back to the city council for future approval and further deliberation. So that is my motion.
Is there a second? All right.
I have a friendly amendment. My amendment is that staff could propose amendments or improvements to those two policies, but that they come back to the governance and ethics in either a special governance and ethics meeting because our agendas are packed, or in a regular one.
Okay, that's fine. Let's do a special governance and ethics meeting then.
Okay, I want to say something that I'm invited to a lot of events as mayor of the city, and the council members are also invited to a lot of events. It's up to us individually which events we attend. Councilmember Watanabe and I, we accept the invitations. We go, we get engaged, we meet our community. I'm busy all the time. There was one Saturday I had 8 events in a row. Last Saturday I had 4 or 5. But I know the council members because I see they come in. You're all getting invited. It's up to you to choose how engaged you want to be in our community. Some of us are more engaged than others. That's an individual choice. And I choose to be out there all the time. So, and I post on social media. So all I'm saying is, you know, accept some of those invitations. You'd be surprised how wonderful our community is. All right, Vice Mayor Park, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, I'd also like to make a friendly amendment, which is I want to be very clear that that district abilities, like we're representatives of districts. I mean, I would like to be able to recognize people in groups in my district without having to come to full council in some cases because, well, it's an organization it's a neighbor, it's something. I could do it here. I could do it as a district member. Oftentimes in the Korean community, oftentimes in the origami community, I'm asked, can you give a recognition for something? My answer is usually no, I can't. But I'd love to as the District 4 representative. I'd love to as somebody that's part of, that's an intersection with your community. So, for Hangul Day, I would have loved to give a proclamation because they asked me, can you give that, in Milpitas? Can you give that in other things? I said, yes, I can, but not from the city of Santa Clara. I would love to be able to do something as a District 4 representative for things that you may not want to give full council authority. So I'd like to add that in if you would accept.
That's fine.
Okay.
If the second concurs.
I also want to address this comment that the mayor said, which is all of these policies were put in place, were in place for decades. And I think that's true. And I think that Councilmember Jane and I addressed this, which is districts change that or should change that, right? And it just sounds like the mayor doesn't want to, right? I mean, the mayor has been the ceremonial.
Please don't speak for me. I speak for myself. Thank you. Speak for yourself.
It seems like she doesn't want to.
Speak for
yourself. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm saying to me, I feel, my opinion is she doesn't want to. The mayor has been ceremonial head for decades. I mean, it's hard to find a state of the city that's not given by the mayor. That's what I heard. But I also know something, because I've attended some other state of the cities as well. I've gone to some city reorganizations. It's hard to find a state of the city or a city event where the only council member that speaks is the mayor, right? And I have this itch that I can't scratch that tells me that I think even proclamations had to go through governance at some point, but nobody can find that information. I don't think people believe it, so I will continue. I'll spend some time to take a look at this. And I think the issue is we have process bullying by people who say this is the way it's always been, and the changes that took place won't or shouldn't change that. And I think, no, that's why we asked for this change, so that we could have change for everyone. And that's much more democratic. I think at the end of the day, this is about democracy, and I'm going to keep it very simple. It's more people, more voice. It's not you're allowed to do it because we explicitly allow it. In some cases, you're allowed to do it because there is nothing that stops you from doing this. And if we don't have a democracy that's based on possibilities, if we don't have a democracy that's based on freedom, then what do we have?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. There's an expression that I heard many, many years ago that I think applies after a lot of comments that I've heard tonight. If we all did things the same way, it would be a very boring place. So that's why I enjoy the variety of that we see in different places where we go. For whatever the reason, people do things differently, and there's a reason why that happens. So we are unique, and I'm proud of that. I'm still going to say that this should be going to governance. A lot of more work has been made for our staff that they don't have time for. Their plates are already full. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. One, I want to support the idea that this goes back to governance. As the council will remember, staff initially recommended that this go to governance so we can really bake the policy, and there are a number of options that need to be considered, and there may be a back and forth. In addition, I'd like the Assistant City Clerk to read back the motion and the friendly amendment, because I just want to make sure that the motioner and the council member that seconded the motion are comfortable with how staff has recorded the motion, and depending on that language, I may have a clarification, Mayor, that I'd like to add.
Sure. I wanted to also make sure that, because I know Councilmember Park added his amendment, I said that's fine with me, but I didn't hear the second say that was okay. I think the second was Councilmember Jane. Sorry, the second was Councilmember Chahal. So if he was amenable to that, that's okay. But also to make sure that it was noted, as Councilmember Jane stated, that it's a special governance and ethics meeting.
City Clerk, did you want to read back that motion?
I was going to ask for the maker of the motion to read it back.
Okay. Start it all over.
Why
Okay,
don't I tell you what I have first?
Okay, go for it.
Direct staff to return to a special governance meeting with a proposed revision to policy for 009 and 020 to normalize and make consistent speaking at public events. And then I have ...
And all the other information, basically everything that this city council deliberated about tonight. Well, not everything on there, but staff can review the video and take pieces from there to understand where we're coming from. I know we've done that in the past where you guys said you'll review.
Yes, go ahead.
Just want to make sure that that staff gets very clear direction. I think the comment that staff bring back information consistent with all of the comments raised. There were conflicting comments raised.
True.
And so
yes.
I want to make sure that is the direction to bring back information that certain council members raised, or would you like a set of options that staff puts together based on research that will allow the governance committee to have a more normal policy setting conversation?
I'll just say then, whatever a majority rules is. I don't know if that's a simple phrase, or Councilmember Jane might have a better way of saying it.
I would say that to revise 009 and 020 to reflect the idea that we're now in districts, and that council members represent their districts, and they may want to speak to their residents.
Okay.
Okay, really quickly. Okay with that language if council supports it. That language to me does not also include council members speaking at every event, which I heard mentioned by several council members. So just asking for very clear direction.
So let's do a list here. Speaking at public events, accommodations, proclamations. I think that's the list I got here.
Certificates.
Oh, and signing the proclamations by all city council.
Yep.
That's what I have on this list here of what we've gone through.
And district council member should be able to issue commendations
Yes, yes, absolutely.
with their signature, along with the mayor. If mayor want to sign it, as a ceremonial head, we are okay with it, but the council member should be allowed to put their signatures on those.
Sorry, this is such a mouthful.
And one other thing I want to add to this thing is, I'm not sure how we want to put it to this thing. Any event which is organized in the city hall on the city property with the help of a staff should be intimated to all the council members. It should not be intimated that only one person or two council members attend that. There has been a recent incidents, like especially there was a delegation from Incheon, Korea. Council Vice Mayor Park, he's the liaison with sister cities. He was not informed, I was not informed, and the event took place over here in the city hall. Let me speak, Councilman Watanabe, please. Yeah. So.
Anything else we want to add to this pot? Let's just keep going. This is a hot mess, I'm sorry.
It's not a hot mess. We are trying to fix something.
It really is.
We are trying to fix something, Mayor.
My point
I'll go to the public in a minute.
This would not have been there if we were not in this mess.
My point was that it's going to go to governance. Governance will have a discussion about it. We're not finalizing the final wording that's going to come to governance.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go to the public now. Is anybody in the public would like to speak? Please come forward on this motion. Yes, please come forward.
Council members, based on what heard and based on my understanding of democracy, when the power of many creates a power of one, and then it's not just ends on the level of the district or in the case of honorable mayor who is elected by the whole city. The council also works, but the head of the council is honorable mayor. And from what I see, it's important in case if members of the council wants to come with a proclamation, it has to be voted between the members of the council. It has to be confirmed by honorable mayor, and it has to be, the honorable mayor should have some level of veto on proclamations that can create lack of integrity within a city image. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward.
This is what I'm from, but okay. What I've heard in here, I'm sorry. I live in Santa Clara for a long time, over 20 years, love the city. Also, you can see where I'm from. Happy from there too. But what I'm hearing is a bunch of people wanting to have their signature here and there and everywhere. How is your signature on a piece of paper going to make the lives of the people that elected you be better? You want to make a difference. You came to be our representative. Representatives, come back and lead by example. Please go, don't throw some words like democracy and this and that. You want to be known, make a difference, go to the people, make good, do good within the community, learn and find people that are even better than you in the different areas that you're not as strong at, bring them up, raise more people of getting together, of working together, of making this city, this country a better place, because that is the true leader. Working together, finding the best people, bringing and raising them up, bringing a community of more leaders that can work together. When we are against each other, bad things happen. And I think very well you have enough kaling-kaling between your ears to know exactly what I'm talking about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just keep that in mind.
Please come forward. Welcome.
Hey, my name is Naman. So I think, generally speaking, if we work at any company, there is democratization in decision making. And even if I'm the manager of a team, that doesn't mean I go and veto a decision which is in consensus and they have really good points, right? So I also think that things change, times change, and so if a rule was made 100 years ago, it may not be relevant today. And I'm also curious, I'm naive on this, what is the percentage of cities which around us which have similar rules or restrictions on council members to speak at events as Santa Clara does?
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Fadi. I moved from New York about like 3 years and a half ago. The first week when I moved here, I was very active in the community. I started attending events. In fact, I have met 3 of you at several open house dinners at the Muslim Community Association. And just to backtrack, one of the comments that Mr. Raj Shahal said, that you have only seen about 2 people of this council that attend a certain event that Honorable Mayor has attended. I've seen more than 2 people at several events, not only at the MCA Center. So just to fact check. And also, from the outside looking in, I do see a problem of communication in this platform. And reviewing your core values on the website of City Santa Clara, I did see and observe and listened to 3 violations that happened in front of me as a viewer, as a resident of City of Santa Clara. So I do suggest, and to also reiterate what our previous resident said, please come together, sit down together, resolve your differences, and come back with a stronger opinion and a stronger power. No one is after anyone's power. That is duty heard, but I don't think that your differences should create any kind of ill feelings against each other or any bad motives. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, esteemed council members. I just wanted to say, I think each one of you bring up very great points towards this motion. I think each one of you bring up like very sound arguments, but I think taking it to governance and being able to talk about it aside, I think each one of you will be able to come to like a pretty sound agreement on how to move forward with this. I think you bring up a great point, Mr. Becker, and I think that you also bring up great points, Mr. Mayor, about how this should have been discussed beforehand, but also I can see difficulty bringing it to the point that it's important today. But I just think you guys will be able to come to an agreement aside.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Online, I know Peace for All is about Gil. Is it on this issue, Gil? Oh, please go for it. Gil?
Thank you very
Muted?
much. Sorry.
Oh, just 1 second, 1 second. I called someone online, but they're not unmuting. Okay, let's go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for giving me a time again. I'd like to mention one thing from personal experience discussing and speaking with several members of the honorable council members here and Mayor Gilmore. My understanding that there used to be a different process on how to ask or propose agenda items for meetings, and please forgive my ignorance about the processes. There was a different process of 030 or 030 that used to be in place. I think there has been some changes in that. It was hard for me as a member of the community to understand the process and how it works or how it changes over time. I think a little bit of transparency towards that would really help, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is something we discussed in governance, and we're going to reenact this new policy now. We wanted to make it easy for getting things on the agenda, but apparently it's not as easy as we thought. So thank you for your comments. All right, I don't see anything else. We have a motion and a second. I'm not going to support the motion. I just want it to go straight to governance, not with anything else. That's where I think this should have been discussed, where it's been discussed in the past, and where we can really talk about policy, which is where we talk about policy, not at the council meetings. We try to bring back a recommendation from the governance committee, but it's so convoluted now that I can't support how it's going, but I am on the governance committee, so at least I'll get to talk about it there. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And that passes 5-2. All right. Next. Action to consider releasing to the public the investigative findings prepared by the Van Dermiden Makis law firm regarding a complaint of alleged misconduct at the August 30th, 2022 closed session meeting. City Attorney.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is an item initiated by Member Becker. I do have some comments, but I would defer to Member Becker first, depending upon how he's intending to proceed.
Yeah, I'm going to proceed in just 1 second. I want to show you something really quick, City Attorney, just for a clarification.
Okay. Madam Mayor, and it's up to Member Becker. I can frame the issue based on staff report first, or then you can present.
Sure. Go ahead and present, and then I'll present after you.
Very good. Madam Mayor, tonight's item is Member Becker's 030 request that council consider approving the release of the full investigative report regarding a complaint of alleged misconduct at the August 30th, 2022 closed session meeting. As described in some detail in your RTC for this item, your staff report on this item, what had previously been released to the public in this matter was what we're referring to as the closure letters. Closure letter was written, as you all know, to each involved party by the Sloan Sakai law firm in order to describe the ultimate findings that were made in the investigation. Those letters were released to the public in response to PRAs back in January of 2023 after the issuance of those letters in December of 2022. And an example of one of those letters was included in your packet. The full investigative report upon which the findings in the closure letters were based was not released back in January 2023 based upon the city's assertions that report was exempt from disclosure as a personnel record and that attorney-client and deliberative process privileges applied as available under the Public Records Act. The decision whether or not to release the full investigative report is before you tonight, and that is a policy decision that is within the discretion of this City Council to make. There's no legal prohibition on the release of the report, nor is there any clear legal mandate requiring its release. There are, however, both legal and policy factors that should be considered as part of City Council's deliberations on this matter, and those, as you know, are discussed in detail in the report that was presented to you. I want to just highlight a couple of those. The issues presented most notably included whether or not to waive the attorney-client privilege that we concluded did attach to the report in this context, whether or not the city's Public Record Act obligations under the CRP should be considered. And those obligations require a balancing of interests in keeping personnel records private and the public's right to know. Relatedly, the city's interest in protecting privacy interests of parties and witnesses in personnel investigations in order to encourage candor in such matters and to avoid chilling effect on communications in those contexts, which is considered a best practice. It is ultimately within the discretion of the council. However, we're advising, of course, any decision that you might make as a council to release that report not be made lightly in light of those, considerations, and that you should weigh those considerations before proceeding. Other than that, Madam Mayor, there's no staff recommendation on the item, and we're certainly here to answer questions council may have about any of the more detailed elements in the staff report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, this is your item.
Thank you. So I've been waiting a year to have this discussion. It's been really hard to keep quiet about this and not talk about it. So here we go. Next slide. So I'm going to provide you a little bit of facts and background and public knowledge. The investigation was initiated by Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe based on the incident on August 30th, 2022. The investigation sheds lights on the event that happened on August 30th, 22, in both open and closed session. However, the full investigative report tells the story. The findings were released December 9th, 2022. Findings facts show I was not threatening nor abusive or bullying. Media reported police were called for both Mayor Gilmore's accusation and for another reason. In fact, the mayor called the police chief her friend. It was a closed session meeting with a very hot topic of the 49ers settlement proposal. It was a tense and robust discussion in open and closed session. There was no toxic behavior on my half. However, Mayor Gilmore and Council Watanabe disagree. I was unprofessional in my response to verbal abuse from Councilmember Watanabe. It was reactionary. I have apologized for that, and I do so again tonight. I apologize. This, though, is a prime example of a pattern of abuse by the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe when they do not get their way. Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore abandoned closed session, stating it was out of control when it was not out of control and was not escalated. The incident was discussed in public on November 1st, 2022, before the interim city attorney admonished the council not to discuss any further. As I said, it's been 1 year since I've been able to discuss this issue. Next slide. Here's a video, if you can press the play, please.
I think it's important to address the question raised about executive session. Councilmember Watanabe and I walked out of the executive session in the discussion of the settlement agreement because of a council member's abusive behavior. As we stated publicly, we felt very threatened by Councilmember Becker. He was verbally abusive. He used foul language. He used an obscene gesture, and he was physically threatening. Again, as I said, I shared this information publicly with the media at the time of the incident. It was not privileged information from closed session. It was about behavior in closed session. And I've also shared this privately with—
Point of order.
an investigator.
I believe that this is about the leaking of confidential closed session settlement information,
I
not—
am speaking. Stop.
Point of order.
We have also
I did call for the
shared—
question.
Excuse me, Kevin. We have also shared this information privately with an investigator who is conducting an official personnel investigation. That it will include everyone who was in the room, including most of us here in outside council. So I suggest that if you defer this to a meeting where you are considering censuring me for leaking confidential information.
Okay, so as you could see in this video clip, Mayor Gilmore did quote that I had abusive behavior, very threatening. used foul language, verbally abusive, and used an obscene gesture, and he was physically threatening. Well, if you look at the findings, it says something different. In fact, the reason why I want the full report released is because it says further. The investigator conducted a personal investigation. The mayor actually talked about a personal investigation during the meeting, which the investigator told me never talk about this topic in public. Yet here the mayor is talking about it in public. This was actually November 1st, a week before the election, where Mayor Gilmore and I were facing off for mayor. And then also, as you could see, why is the public statements by Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe contradictory to the report? Next slide. And let's look at Councilmember Watanabe's words. Please play.
In closed session that day was with the actions that were taken. It's nothing to do with what was discussed, but the actions of a council member and how we were treated, and which caused myself to leave. I heard motions, or I heard noise. I didn't know what happened until the mayor told me. And I came out here and I sat shaking for hours. I wished I could go home that night from the council meeting because my mind was not here because of what transpired in the closed session room that night. And as the mayor said, we have taken our own actions in terms of filing complaints as a result of the actions that were taken.
Okay, so as you could see, she was shaking for hours. She states she was not in the room, no knowledge of what happened until the mayor told her, and she neglects to mention what she said in closed session to get the reaction. So as I say to my council colleagues, read your copy of this report that's in private and see if it matches the statements that you just heard in public. Next slide. The results of the August 30th, 2022 events. My prediction, or my dare, which the mayor considered a threat, was that I felt that any of the actions that were in closed session would end up in the San Francisco Chronicle the next day. Guess what? Ended up in the San Francisco Chronicle. Moments after receiving the settlement agreement on the morning of August 31st, probably within a few minutes of getting it from interim city attorney Steve No, I get a call from the San Francisco Chronicle reporter Lance Williams asking me about the settlement agreement I barely received on my phone moments before, and then also asked me about why the police were there and based on why the police were called and they were there on an alleged abuse conduct. I never responded to that because, again, we were discussing closed session information. Why should I talk about closed session when I'm told not to? So my question is how did the settlement agreement and closed session deliberations end up in the Chronicle's hands so quickly? Think you can do the math on that one. Behavior is what the mayor claims is the reason for going to the media. However, it is her behavior how is her behavior not being contested that where she was disrupting the meeting and the discussion of the meeting and the discussions was unchecked. I kept silent because of closed session discussions, as I mentioned, and I explained there were significant differences, though, in the accusations. The incident, though, wound up on page 20 of the grand jury report. The closed session was weaponized. Next slide. As you can see, these are all the news stories. The City Council, you have copies here of the news stories with highlighted areas that describe the incident and the moments of what happened. You were there, you understand what happened. So look at these headlines. Police call mayor calls the police. Heated meeting. Seems like there's an issue there. A little bigger than it was supposed to be. Next slide. As you can see, this is another section of the San Francisco Chronicle. I'll let a lot of you read it yourself. I won't read it myself, but it does say things that I yelled, I was aggressive, I called the police because he was obviously having anger issues. I don't think I was angry. I think I was being very stern, and I think that's what the findings represented when they first came out. Next slide. As you can see right here on the left, there's a website that was created right after the grand jury report was released called grandjuryreport.com. At the very bottom of that, which the website creators took a clip of the grand jury report, page 20, and they entered my name. Anthony Becker. As you can see on the right, there's Stand Up for Santa Clara ad that was paid for. This ad was actually broadcasted to thousands of residents weeks up to the election. Next page, next slide. As you can see, here's Mayor Gilmore's election mailer that she sent out. She includes on there, Becker screamed. That's a very major concern, is that you're using these things on your mailers to get people to vote for you. Next slide. Oops, sorry. So there's a hypocrisy and a double standard. So we have constant accusations on this city council, and mainly it comes from people that are not aligned with the mayor or her ally. This is either from creating investigations and allegations of FPPC complaints for council members Chahal and Hardy, allegations of abuse from me, domestic abuse and abusing members of the public from Councilmember Park, controversy over Councilmember Jane recusing because he lives near the downtown. All these accusations are not sustained. Yet, let's hear what Councilmember Watanabe has to say. Could you play the clip, please?
What I would also like to just point out, and I find so despicable, truly despicable, is the constant attacks on the mayor of this city by members of this council and their friends who just seem to find any reason to just point fingers and attack, and tonight is no different. And regarding this issue...
Thank you. So, as you could hear in that quote, weakly accused, she feels that she's constantly being attacked, when in reality is this council, besides the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe, are consistently accused of doing wrongdoing every single week or almost every single meeting. If you don't believe me, go check the record. But she says their friends keep showing up to harass us. Well, it's funny. It wasn't any of these people that you keep talking about. It was actually you and the little gang that you showed up with at my hearing. That's a little concerning. Next slide. Pattern of abusive history. One member of this city council, Councilmember Watanabe, does not say hello or communicate with any member of this city council besides the mayor. She avoids pictures with us in the past. She has outbursts like in closed session or just recently last week with another council member, Park, which I know I heard that. She never acknowledges me, or however she shows up to my hearings with her gang of bullies. I've asked her several times, why do you keep showing up here if all you're gonna do is pretend I don't exist? To me, it's simple. It's harassing and bully behavior. Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe often claim to be attacked when they are indeed the one attacking or making the accusations first. They're the ones that went to go push forward for this HR report. So the other way around, ask any council member up here besides the two I named, and they're gonna tell you a story. So where is this discussion of these ethics and behavior of bullying from the special advisor to the mayor, who thinks he's an ethics expert, or the ethics expert himself, Dr. Shanks? Actually, funny thing, if you look right over here on the mayor's mailer, Dr. Shanks is actually quoted on here. What a shocker. So, next slide. Based on the findings, to repeat, the facts show I was not threatening, bullying, nor abusive. This is just the tip of the iceberg, folks. There's a lot more details. There's more that needs to be talked about, and this is not in the findings page. There's more that needs to be talked about because it is currently under confidentiality. Next slide. Words matter and accusations hurt. Unlike the mayor and council member Watanabe, who are set in their lives and don't need to worry about the headlines that mislead people to think about this bad behavior, this affects working class people like me, like you, that don't have a silver spoon and are actually of working age. There is reputation and name recognition in trying to find work. Smearing names like this is wrong, and it shouldn't be allowed. Claiming to be a victim when someone stands up to them and won't take their abuse. That's what I did. I stood up to them. I asked both the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe, why did you take it this far when it was far from those extremes? You described it in public. Was it for the election advantage? Is it just pure hate? Next slide. Reasons for releasing. The full report is more specific and detailed, more to the story, as I said. Findings only tell half the story. The full report debunks continuing false narratives. It also explains the police presence. Does it set a precedent? The short answer is no. The long answer is no. We are elected officials that we are talking about. We don't have that privacy. The only thing I feel that should be redacted is city employees or any former city employee names. It also will fulfill full transparency. As I stated, it was fully discussed in public on November 1st before we were admonished by the city attorney not to continue talking, where also one side got to say what they felt for a whole year. I've had to keep quiet. So let the public read it and let them compare what was said in public and said in the full report. The last thing is the public demand outweighs the privacy. Next slide. So I ask in this situation, because of what I've dealt with in the last year, because we all are about transparency and we want to figure out about finger pointing here and I guess accuracy. So I ask to vote for the full report, vote for the full release of the report because the details matter in the full report. I request that motion be made, which includes immediate release of the full investigation report with no delays. No redactions, only redactions should be for the City of Santa Clara employee names and not members of the City Council. As well as I want to know the total cost of this investigation, meaning the bill. That is all I have to say this evening. I apologize if this was a little long-winded, but I have waited a whole year to talk about this and basically tell everybody that I didn't do this. I am not an aggressive person, and I am not an angry person. I just don't think that certain members on the City Council can handle robust discussions, but like to turn around and point fingers at people when things don't go their way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Before I start, I want to ask the city attorney, this letter from Sloan Sakai to Councilmember Becker, this is a public document, right? This letter?
Yes.
I'm assuming you're showing me what I'm referring to as one of the closure letters?
Closure letter.
Yes. If
It
that,
was released last December.
yeah, it was released last
I just
December.
want to
so-
make sure, because I don't want to get in trouble, okay?
Yeah.
So, what happens is, there were many press reports, there were many accusations by the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe that Anthony Becker was being abusive and aggressive in that August 30th meeting. I'm going to read from this letter, which is the closure letter. Ms. Fiedler did not sustain any of the, this is to Mr. Becker, Ms. Fiedler did not sustain any of the allegations made by Mayor Gilmore or Councilmember Watanabe against you related to the incident that took place during open and closed session meeting August 30th. Specifically, Ms. Fiedler did not find that you made hostile, bullying, or unprofessional comments to Mayor Gilmore during the open session meeting, nor did you threaten her during closed session meetings. So there is a blogger out there, I'll just name him, Robert Haw, and he writes a bunch of things about Mr. Becker, and he has a comment section, and some of the people write in with those comments. And the dude writes in all my years following, this is a report on August 31st about the incident. In all my years of following city politics, I can't think of a time when the police were called on a city council member. Citizen, yes. Council member, no. He is truly unhinged and is not fit to lead the city. Then another member of the public writes, he needs to be searched every day he comes to City Hall or anywhere near the mayor away from City Hall. Then there's a guy, he calls himself Hawkeye Pierce, but I believe he's a former resident who lives in Richmond. And what he says is, only one council member has ever created a threatening environment. So what happens is, I already said publicly after that meeting that I had a different interpretation of what happened than what was reported in the press. And I believe the statement to the press by members of the public have caused significant reputational damage to Councilmember Becker. has actually impacted his ability to get a job. And regarding the calling of the police, my understanding is that Mayor Gilmore didn't call the regular police line, but instead called her friend, the chief of police, who ended up eventually referring the grand jury report to the district attorney office for criminal investigations. What actually happened, and interim council city manager Batra admitted publicly that he had called the police because there's a young woman in the audience who seemed to be experiencing some type of mental disturbance. And that's why the police were there. So now, the interesting thing is that, again, Councilmember Becker has talked about how Councilmember Watanabe was shaking for hours over, I mean, maybe she lives in a very, very protected bubble or something, but I didn't feel that Councilmember, as the investigation showed, was acting hostile. So, but something really disturbs me, and that is that this is what was written in the San Francisco Chronicle on August 31st. The feud escalated soon after the closed session began, according to Watanabe and Gilmore, after a brief discussion of the 49ers settlement offer. This is from closed session. Becker said he was ready to make a motion to vote on the proposal before the conflict with Watanabe and the mayor prompted them to leave. Did someone release that Councilmember Becker made a motion? That is a violation of closed session. I don't know what's going on here. So, so maybe we should refer this to the DA's office. I think that's all I have to say, but I just believe that releasing this report will repair the reputational damage that Councilmember Becker has suffered due to all of these very biased Robert Haw blogger reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to ask council, I do know there was a summary report that was given out and that has been referred to. I want to know where someone in the public, if they wanted to see that, where would they find that summary report that is already public?
Isn't it on the agenda? Isn't it attached to the agenda? It was released last December.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, you're right. An example of the summary report, again, which I'm referring to as the closure letter, right? The letters that were issued to each person is available to the public on the city's website because they were provided in response to a Public Records Act request. So if someone wanted to find all of the copies of that, they could go to Next Request and search, the records for that. I'm looking now here because I think I have somewhere in one of my documents the actual Public Records Act reference number that they could search, but in general, that's where it's available. The city keeps records of all the Public Records Act responses
Maybe when
that it
it's
provides.
released, it can also be released with the closure letter, when the full report is released.
Mary, you're absolutely right. I'm not trying to over-release things, but that is where it's
right?
available in existing form. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I guess I'm asking what would be more available to the public if we voted to release this with the concerns with privacy issues? Is there a way for us to make that summary report more available rather than disclosing the entire situation? And if we did choose to disclose that, where would that be found?
Yeah, so appreciate that comment again. I thought I had it here somewhere, and I'll find it, in a minute. If the council wanted, in lieu of disclosure of the full report, to instead make the closure letters more available, I can give more specific information about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, you have something else to say?
Yes, I do. So I know that, Councilmember Hardy was asking about where would they find it. I know that there has been public records requests filed for the full entire report. So I feel that if it is voted to be released, that is where it will be going to, is that fulfilling those public records requests. I know that they have been filed since, when was it? I think it's probably December or January they filed for the full report. So I know that there was, I'm hoping that there's a way that we can release this to let the public know what really happened, because I don't think the findings do any justice. The findings report, to me, doesn't do any justice. I'm all about transparency. I admitted I was unprofessional. I should never responded that way, though I was getting a verbal abuse. And I've said I'm sorry. And I think we should have the report fully out so people know what really happened, because 2 individuals of this council requested the report that be made. So if we hide that, then we're basically protecting 2 individuals here that basically lied to the public. And I just, it's very concerning that we're here to this day where we can't talk about certain things that have happened that are unjust, and it's being hidden behind privilege. And removing that privilege will basically not set a precedent for anybody else. We can redact things that may be concerns to employees or other sensitive nature, but we are public officials. There should be no hidden agenda to this. It should be a transparent issue. And I want to say, that a lot of people have come to me about this and said, you should demand that Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe resign from office because of these allegations, because they lied to the public about this. I say no. Probably a year ago, I would have said yes. But a year later, all I want to hear is, we were wrong. All I want to hear is, I'm sorry. Let's move forward. That's all I want to hear. But the way we get there is releasing this full report.
Councilmember.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, if I might, I did find that reference to the PRA report, if I could answer that question properly. The reference to the PRA or PRA N23-1, any one of those references, if that.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. In this full investigative report being released to the public, because yes, I would. She was quoted actually on November 8th in the San Jose Spotlight as saying that copies of that full investigative report were distributed from the city attorney. It was very clear what didn't happen. How did she get a copy and released to the public? Because I believe in transparency too, and there's a lot that was happened that has not been disclosed. Yes, that is actually.
Councilmember Watanabe brought this up, and I'll let Councilmember Hardy answer for herself. But I did send a message to the city attorney about that. I did see your comment on our famous Robert Hall blog, that someone is not going to accuse me of leaking a document that was me, you, and Mayor Gilmore, and I made sure that nobody else had it.
All right, Councilmember Hart.
Entire situation, and I knew what had happened. I had not seen the full report, and I still haven't because it still won't open. So I don't know. In some ways, I don't need to read it because I was there.
All right, I have another story that I think will put it all in perspective and into context. Tried to remove the 49er management company from managing the stadium for a lot of reasons. When this new council was elected, things had changed. And so the 49er management company started advertising in the middle of last year saying they wanted to have a settlement agreement on the lawsuit that was out there where we were trying to take away the management agreement. They wanted to have a settlement agreement. So and you probably saw a lot of ads on Santa Clara Now. They were just running them just recently for some of our council members. But they said they wanted fair, and we were going to have more concerts, and we were going to make all kinds of money in our general fund. They made all of these claims, but the management of the stadium. So what they claimed was what we actually got are two different things. So prior, August 30th, we had several meetings talking about, so there was quite a bit of time, but the 49er, and they wanted the Stadium Authority and the City Council took this done. So going that, I wanted to provide context for the feel very strongly about protecting, the community, and there's others feel that they are protecting the community in another way. So going into that meeting that night, it started with Councilmember Beck before going into the closed session, and you can go to August 30th meeting and watch it. You can watch it. Here's a few things. I think he charged me with 7 things. One, he talked about me leaking confidential information to the San Francisco Chronicle. He said the mayor's not the judge. We cannot discuss litigation in public. He said this is political theater, which he says a lot, that someone is desperate because it's election season. He said the self-dealing by the 49ers asked me if I was going through the same situation, self-dealing. He said, I make accusations with no backing. He asked me, are you tired yet? Because I'm not. I have all day to do this and defend my colleagues. And are inaccurate and unfounded. Okay, so he's trying to also support releasing the document, because you're going to see it's not. So the 49er management company, they created the settlement agreement. They wrote the settlement agreement. We had an intern, and it was done. It was approved and given back to them on August 3rd. Let me just bear with me, please. 28 and a half hours after that City Council. A campaign committee was opened for him. Already had the attorneys, they had the bank accounts, everything. They deposited $3,400, $200. So they $124,500. All right, number 1. Number 2, Karen Hardy, running for $1,900, $2,500, $3,400, $200. $190,000 in contributions and $124,000 in expenditures. $25,000, $1,900, $1,900, $2,500, $19,250, $9,000, $200, $8,000. A total of $368,000 in contributions, and they had already arranged for $201,000 in expenditures. All right, so I say, okay, that's fine, and then it went on and on. Within, it was amazing. I'm gonna cut to the chase at the race. So at the very end, we had Karen Hardy, $1,125,130. Many in our community said that is a person came out when Councilmember Becker was that. What I found out during that time, we had councilman proclamation. So what I see is we have council members that will continue to come in agreement was approved by the council. We had a member of the public release the settlement agreement, and we'll have to wait till all the litigation, put it on the website so that it really was not to the accuracies. It drained our legal contingent money that was under the, that's why they wanted to get it done quickly so they could get Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor.
Before I go, all the numbers, and you can add them up yourself. I spent all night doing that last night. It's all there.
Occurred, on all sides of the issue. I just did want to remind you of the need to go.
Very funny that the mayor of this city continues to go and say these things, never gets cut off by anybody saying, oh, you can't talk about these things, we're going too far. Accusation. You just received the settlement agreement. You still have, so I don't need,
I hope you said you
and gave it to the Chronicle. So maybe that's an accusation, but accusations. like that. And you know what, Mayor? And you know what, folks? Those $5 million, I drive a Toyota Corolla and can barely highly accusations. And again, and you know what? Where's your ethics expert, Dr. Shanks? Never one word. Never one word from your special advisor. And I ask every single member of this public, check the videos. Every time something doesn't go her way, us being in their pocket. I'm sorry, but you guys were into their accounts. But they weren't the only millionaire on this dais.
Yeah. So I was not even there. I did 49ers on that day. I was not. And I have publicly controlled the campaign finance laws. I've been on this dais for longest of time. I'm not sure how much money she has been given by the developers, all that money. How come long-term nuisance value forgot? Like when we took that money, we were in a, they should have better known. They can spend at closing. You're putting some people. I was the first one for that, and that's working right now. Why are we approving these audits? And I publicly say that. Or anybody else. Thank you.
I'll make the motion to.
Second. Okay, yes, hello.
Good. Yeah.
Yes, welcome.
I live in San, and I must say that I'm actually disappointed with what I'm seeing. In terms of the rebuttals are dealing with that. I mean, I'm seeing numbers. I guess we'll take a really good look at the next election, like adults.
They got investigated. They're getting into major settlement. And that's a thing for me, okay, why those problems started and who started those problems? Who tried and...
Please come forward. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Guys. Thanks for having me. So I have a little story too. I just want to, Councilmember Watanabe walks right up to me, and the first thing she said, and how she's going to report me, how she's going to take my right finger at me with a hysterical tone. Now just think, if this is the way she behaves in public, imagine how she is behind closed doors. Personally, I have two theories. One, would behave in such a way, as council members have mentioned, she doesn't greet any council members, and I feel terrible for those in District 1 who have a representative who harasses those who disagree with her. It's just despicable, despicable behavior.
This is sort of on topic and also off topic at the same time, if that's okay. Keep in mind, we've been very respectful waiting for as long as we did, so I hope you take that into consideration.
As soon as we get through the public line, we're going to call for the question and then get back to public presentation.
All right, thank you. It's been a very hot minute.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. It is important that if we're present, if we're here, we want to see it.